We are ready. Go.
Morning everyone, welcome to the second day of racing here at National Schools Regatta 2021. We've had a bit of a cool start, there's a cool breeze blowing in across the course, but I'm sure things are going to warm up later because we've got some great temperatures in store and some fantastic racing out here. Yesterday we had the Championship 8, the quads, the fours, the big boats. Today we're concentrating on the smaller events, the pairs and the double sculls for the championship event, and then the whole program of J16 racing. Because things are a little different this year, as no doubt you'll have realised. Unfortunately, no spectators here at Eton Dorney, and that's why we're relying on bringing you what we hope you think are great pictures with commentary overlying it to tell you exactly what's going on so that you can view it no matter where you are in the world. We'd love your feedback if you get in touch with us on Twitter @VoiceOfRowing and let us know how things are going and the ways in which we can improve it. Certainly the feedback from yesterday was absolutely fantastic. I suppose the pinnacle of the racing was the Championship Girls 8s with Lady Eleanor Hollis winning the day and Eton taking the Queen Mother Cup for Championship Boys 8s for the first time in 10 years here on their home water at the Dorney Lake. So a great program in store. We'll be kicking off with the time trials in just a couple of minutes' time. Time trials for the next several hours, and the fastest 6 from each event will go straight through to the A final and have a crack at the trophies later on. So bear with us, and we look forward to a great day's racing. Well, good morning again, everybody. Welcome to the second day of racing here at the National Schools Regatta 2021. Kicking off with the time trials, first for the girls J16 second quadruple sculls, 4 athletes per boat, 2 blades per athlete, 10 crews competing for 6 places in the A final later on. Newark Rowing Club first down the course, just coming into shot at the moment. And all the crews being kicked off at the from about 1900 meters out. So in a time trial, impossible for the crews to back down onto the 2,000 meter start, onto the pontoon. So the first timing point is about 100 meters in, and you can see Newark here in their black and red strip. And I can tell you that looking at the split times, it's Headington School, one of the favourites, obviously, a very strong rowing tradition from Headington School from Oxford. Have had the fastest splits, but they have yet to reach the halfway point. So we're going to be covering each, on video, we're going to be covering each crew as they come down to into the finishing stretch. Newark followed by Sir William Borlase. Sorry, it was when I was describing the crews then, it was actually Sir William Borlase in shot. Newark have already crossed the line. They've set the marker for this event in 7 minutes 54 seconds. Sir William Borlase just crossing the line now. You might be able to hear the klaxon that sounds as each crew crosses the finish, just in the background there. And already Newark have been had their time eclipsed by Sir William Borlase, who came home in 7 minutes 47 seconds. And that's the great thing about the rolling times. As they notch up on the scoreboard, we'll be able to see which crews are holding on to that qualifying places for the A final. Now, of course, although we've said that the fastest 6 go through, there is some flexibility in that. The race committee will take a look, and they may let at least one other crew through to the A final, because the course here at Eton Dorney can accommodate 8 lanes abreast. And I can remember in yesterday's racing, there was one crew that was let into the A final simply because their time in the time trial was less than 1/10 of a second slower than the 6 leaders. So quite reasonably, they were allowed in. Bedford Girls' School, they're crossing the line. In shot at the moment, red and yellow blades, Tideway Scullers School. Club established, they first built their own boathouse relatively recently. I say relatively recently, some 35 years ago, adjacent to Chiswick Road Bridge in London. Prior to that, they didn't have their own base. Bedford Girls' Schools have crossed the line. Relatively slow time, 8 minutes 14 seconds. Headington School, yeah, somewhat predictably, they are the fastest so far, 7 minutes 30. That's the marker to beat. And I'm looking down the intermediate times. All 10 crews have now either finished or are on the course. And it's the last to start, Henley Rowing Club, that really seem to be setting the marker. Henley Rowing Club, stroked by Yasmin Lakatos, backed up by Ayla Wild, Grace Pavey, and Amelia Stereo, appear to be sculling an absolute stormer, and their times are just inside those that have been set by Headington School, who are the fastest crew so far who have finished. Nottingham and Union just approaching the line in the black and red strip. Jessica Brown, Ava Tucker, Maya Gardam, and Ella Utley there. And the last 2 crews just coming into sight. So that's Kingston Rowing Club with the scarlet blades. And followed by Henley with the dark blue blades. There's Kingston with the red and white stripes down the side of their all-in-ones. And Henley really look coming right up on their stern there, crossing the line. Wow. Yes, 7 minutes 27 for Henley. Oh, that was an absolute cracker there. One of the most powerful junior girls squads in the country from Henley Rowing Club. So no surprise there, really, to see them top the leaderboard. So unofficially, the 6 qualifiers for the A final in the Junior 16 girls second quads are Henley Rowing Club, Headington School, Marlow, Kingston, Tideway Scullers, and Nottingham and Union. And that leaves Weybridge, Sir William Borlase, Newark, and Bedford Girls' School in the minor placings. And they will race the B final, because everybody comes away from this regatta with a ranking order, and the B finals will determine places 7 to 10 overall. Now, you will have all realized that various adjustments have had to be made to the racing program here at National Schools because of the pandemic. You know there are no spectators. That's why you're relying on us to feed you the information, both in sound and vision, throughout the regatta. And another important consideration is the way in which the potential for congestion on the boat pontoons as the crews get on and off the water, that has to be taken account of. And that is why there is actually quite a considerable gap in between each race here for the time trials. So we now have a 9-minute break until the next event gets underway, and that will be the J16 second quads for boys. 6 crews taking part. That kicks off at 9:20. Well, just from our great camera shot on the start tower, you can just see the crews being marshaled for the next race. It's the boys' second quadruple sculls J16 category. And you can see the way in which the marshals are bringing the crews in from the right-hand side of the lake. They describe a U-bend, and then you can just see how they get underway. And the timing point is about 100 meters in. There's a little cluster there on the bank of the officials who are registering those start times, and then it's off down the full length of the Olympic Lake here at Eton Dorney, all the way down to the finish. And we're able to bring you the split times as they proceed. Now, of course, with just 6 crews in this next event and 6 places in the A final, what's that all about, you might say? And well, there's a parallel here with the international field where we have so-called races for lanes. So where there are 6 or fewer entries in an event, there will be a preliminary race, and that will determine which lanes each crew draws for the final when they have a crack at the trophy. And in rowing terms, it's the crews with the fastest times draw the favored center lanes in 3 and 4. Why are they favored, you might say? Well, in that instance, you have the chance, if you're in the lead, as you fully expect, to be able to see the rest of the field on either hand. Whereas if you're in an outside lane, you're less able to get a direct view of what the crews on the far side of the course are doing without turning right around. And when you take your eyes out the boat, as they say, then that leads to reduced concentration on the way in which you apply the stroke yourself. And that could make you slower, which is the last thing you want. Okay, well, we appear to be underway, so let's just get a catch-up on the splits for those early crews. And King's School Chester were first off the blocks, reached the first intermediate timing point, 1:28.7, just 1600ths of a second faster than King's College School. Really great view of the start pontoon there in your shot. Now, of course, even when when we're allowed spectators here at the Olympic Rowing Lake, it's not often you get a chance to see the start mechanism close up, and you can see the. Well, we'll come back to that in a minute, because right now we're looking further down the course, and I can say that 4 of the crews have now started, and it's Marlow who appear to be setting the pace. Marlow, the 4th crew to get underway. They hit the first intermediate timing point in a very fast 1:23, some 5 seconds faster than King's Chester. But they, in turn, have been eclipsed by Sir William Borlase, who appear to be the pace setters. Alex Stevens, Edward Ridley, Tassila Issa and Alex Coe making up the Borlase crew on this occasion. And you can see that from our camera with the long lens at the finish line, we can see the leading contenders just coming into view there, coming out of the early morning mist here at Eton Dorney. King's School Chester to the right of your shot in the white tops. King's College School in the dark strip over on the left-hand side, and Magdalen College School there in the red tops, just disappearing behind King's College School there. In the foreground, crew 127, well, that's obviously an 8. They're doing a little bit of negotiation on their way to the start for the next time trial. That's the yeah, 127, Wimbledon High School. So that's their J16 girls 8. So there's a continual procession of crews making their way up to the start for these time trials while the crews actually racing. So King's College School there leading Magdalen College School Boat Club. Got to say that having witnessed the high standard of racing yesterday, and we saw some really close races as well, but many of the schools, despite the challenges of lockdown and the restrictions that we all know about, they've been making excellent use of their limited time on the water. And for many of those crews, it didn't look as though they'd been off the water much at all. A very high standard of rowing and a very high standard of racing. We're just approaching the finish line now. I don't know if our camera can pan round to get the crew in the white strip. Just inside the last 100 meters, that's King's School Chester. And then they're followed, as I mentioned earlier, by King's College School. Yes, there we go. This is our camera looking across the finish line. You can just there see in the distance King's School Chester, through 111, Finley McCormick, Jacob Baker, Weston Heller, and William Bocek. And they have finished at a time of 7 minutes 20 seconds. So that's the marker. But comparing their intermediate times with the rest of the field, I suspect they're going to be one of the slower qualifiers, because all 6 of these J16 quads will qualify for the A final. This, as I mentioned earlier, is simply to determine the lane order when they race for the trophy later on this afternoon. King's School Chester come home in 7 minutes 20 against King's College School at 7:21. Magdalen College School in the black and red strip now, inside the last 100 meters. I suspect that they're going to be no faster than the 2 contenders who've already crossed the finish line. And meanwhile, the crews behind them really are powering down the course. Magdalen College School there, the klaxon goes there, and yep, 7:37. So they're the back markers, I think, in this event. Here's Marlow in the red tops. A little bit of a finishing sprint there from Marlow. And then we've got a private race on our hand between Windsor Boys School in the green and Sir William Borlase, who, as I mentioned earlier, have been sculling the fastest splits. And so fast for Sir William Borlase that they have overtaken Windsor Boys School. No, there the klaxon goes. So the field has now been complete for these J16 second boys quads, and the unofficial result, really no surprise, Sir William Borlase recorded the fastest time. Wow, 6:47. That is 13 seconds faster than Marlow, who in turn was 7 seconds faster than Windsor Boys. Then another 13-second margin to King's School Chester, followed by King's College School, and Magdalen College School were the slowest. So there is a massive 50-second spread across the 6 crews in the time trial. But don't forget that racing in a time trial is a completely different kettle of fish from side-by-side racing. So it'll be interesting to see how that result is mirrored when they same 6 race side-by-side for the trophy in this J16 second quads later on this afternoon. When you race a time trial, very difficult to gauge your pace. You've got no reference points in terms of the other crews who are racing with you. They are some 30 seconds in front of you and 30 seconds behind when you start off. So you've got to have your own race plan, be aware of your own abilities, obviously give it the max, but maybe not give as much away when you know you're already qualified for the A final. Okay, so that was the J16 second boys quads. Short break now. and then the equivalent event for girls will, no, it's the J16 boys second eights will shortly get underway. 7 crews. I suspect that once again all 7 will be let into the A final, and you can just see them marshalling on the start there. What I was going to point out, you see those finger pontoons that they can be slid in or out of the cross bridge on the start mechanism. And that means they can be adjusted for the length of the boat that is taking part in the event. So they're drawn fully back like that when there's an 8s event, and then they're brought right forward for the shortest boat, which of course is the single scull. And that means that the bows of each boat start level. The bow balls are lined up by the aligner sitting to one side of the course. And that means that no matter what the boat class, whether it's 8s, 4s, pairs, or singles, all boats row exactly the same distance, 2,000 meters when it comes to the side-by-side racing. So the J16 second 8 boys event well underway now. 4 crews have already started. First to get underway was Shrewsbury School, and they set for pretty fast time to the first intermediate timing marker, 1 minute 15, having done a couple of seconds slower, and then Radley, the leading contender, third boat to get off the start, 1 minute 13. So they're the marker at the early stage. Shrewsbury School have already reached the halfway mark, having done, as I say, second crew to get underway, followed by Radley and Hampton. Westminster now underway, but no, not too fast a time from Westminster, and they'll be followed by Eton and Latimer Upper School. Withdrawal in this event from Monkton Combe. They were due to be the 8th crew in this event. So only 7 crews, as I say, racing in theory for 6 places in the A final. But as I mentioned earlier, that's not cut in stone. And there were 1 or 2 instances yesterday when we had 7 or even 8 boat finals, because the committee wanted to try and be quite accommodating and include extra crews, particularly if the result of the time trials were through very narrow margins. So Radley, so far the fastest crew on the water, 2 minutes 54 to the halfway marker, 4 seconds faster than Shrewsbury, who in turn were 5 seconds faster than Abingdon. And the crew's just coming into sight now from our Finnish camera, way down in the distance. Got quite a long lens here on the Finnish camera, as you can imagine. So that allows us to look quite a long way down the course. Now, of course, we fully understand that a lot of you out there in the audience, particularly parents of the competitors, may not have visited the Eton Dorney course. Built about 15 years ago as a private enterprise by Eton College, but it's been the venue for so many fantastic events down the years of an international standard. The World Rowing Championships in 2006, and then the Olympic Regatta in 2012, and that's 9 years ago, and it all seems so long ago now, doesn't it? But some of you may even have been lucky enough to spend a day at the Olympic Regatta and have witnessed the so-called Dorney Roar, the atmosphere that was created by 30,000 people watching the successful Great Britain athletes, because it was our most successful rowing Olympics ever. And but here come the leading contenders, the Shrewsbury School coming down towards the line. They set a pretty fast time. They're the second fastest crew in theory on the water, but Radley 2 boats behind them. Ooh, a little bit of a splash there in the closing stages for Shrewsbury. A little bit of white water flying, blade work not as clean as it might have been, but let's not forget, this is the J16 second cruise. And I was talking about the very high competence of the championship boys 8s that we saw yesterday when Eton won, and of course the girls event when Lady Eleanor Hollis came through the field to win that particular race. Here come Abingdon, just a couple of boat lengths ahead of Radley. Abingdon with the pink blades, Radley with the red and white strip. Last few strokes for Abingdon. So Shrewsbury with a time of 6:27, but Radley have beaten that by some 13 seconds. Radley 6:14, Abingdon were 6:36. So the fastest finisher so far, Radley, then Shrewsbury, then Abingdon. And looking at the intermediate splits, I don't see anybody beating that Radley time, to be honest. I think it's that they're going to draw the lane 3 or 4 come the finish. Here's Hampton in the yellow tops. Hampton School, based at Molesey. Upping the rate into the final stages. Quite a cool morning here on the second day of racing at National Schools, and there's a little bit of a cool breeze as you walk up and down the course, but luckily that's doing nothing to disturb the smooth waters of the lake itself, so perfect rowing conditions for the competitors. As Hampton cross the line, the klaxon goes, the 6:32. There goes Westminster School in the paler pink blades. Paler when you compare it with the colour of Abingdon that we saw couple of crews ago. And Westminster very fast, 6:27, so 6:27 second only to the time set by Radley. And just 7/100ths of a second separating Westminster and Shrewsbury. Eton now coming down to the line. Eton with dark blue blades, only their leading crews row with the more familiar duck egg blue blades. So Eton have now eclipsed Westminster for second place. Eton crossing the line in 6:26. And it's just Latimer Upper School in the white tops you can see in the distance, bringing up the tail end. Last crew to get off the start. White tops, bright blue blades for Latimer Upper School. Latimer based on the Thames down at Hammersmith. And they've been recording the slowest splits of the entire fleet, so I don't think they're going to be the leaders in this event for J16 second boys 8s. Ball crosses the line, they give the klaxon, and sure enough 6 minutes 51, so they place 7th on the leaderboard. And so unofficially the finishing order: Radley, Eton, Westminster School, Shrewsbury School, Hampton, Abingdon and Latimer Upper. Okay, well, I was mentioning the gaps between the racing blocks during these time trials to ensure distancing on the boating pontoons. We've got a couple of minutes before the next event gets underway. That's the J16 girls second 8s. Just 3 crews taking part: St Paul's, Wimbledon High School and Surbiton High School. So it's another race for lanes. That event due to get underway in just a couple of minutes' time, and I will hand you over for that to the capable hands of Joe Brown.
And race 204 is underway, the J16 second eights for the girls. And we have got 3 entries in this event: St Paul's Girls, Wimbledon High and Surbiton High School. We've got times coming through at the moment. So St Paul's having a first 400 metres at 1:41, Wimbledon High at 1:26. Apologies. On the camera now, you can see them just in the distance as they've gone off the start. You can just about see that they are making their way down. I believe they're using lane 2 for the time trials and giving these crews the first opportunity for some of them to go down the Dorney course. Coaches will have talked them through how to approach this 2K race on the water, what to look for, how to approach it in terms of pushes and technique. But for some of them, this will be the first time that they have been on a 2-kilometre lake for over a year, if not ever, for some of them. Surbiton High School off with their first split of 1:29. So as we come through the first 500 metres, the running order is Wimbledon High as the fastest crew, Surbiton High School, and then St Paul's Girls. But that is all to play for in the time trial. So we can just see them in the distance here in the commentary tower, and they are looking like they've got some clean blade work as they come through the middle sections of the course. So this is a second 8 event. So we are looking at having really size squads for these 3 schools to have a second 8 for the girls program. And it's a huge accolade to these schools to be able to produce that many athletes. On our screens now, we can just see the blades of St Paul Girls. And it looks like there is overlap between these 2 crews. Now, they're set off with a time between them, a few seconds, but it's a huge mental motivation. If you can start to feel the crew next to you, you start to be able to push on for them. And these crews obviously have a cox as well, so they will be urging them on, using the other crews as benchmarkers to give them an idea of how much they are proceeding down the course and what distance they're gaining on another crew. And mentally, it looks like we almost got overlap here, and almost an overtake as well. So St Paul Girls are overtaking St Paul Girls have been overtaken by Wimbledon. And Wimbledon really having a very, very fast middle section of this race with the split of 3:27 as they came through the halfway mark. Having a very good row here as they've come down the course. They clearly wanted to go out and attack this time trial. And it's a very much a tactical thing with some crews that they want to preserve some energy, but these girls that we can see on the screen now, Wimbledon High, really have gone out and wanted to dominate the event from the beginning. They've got a split that is 7 seconds faster at the halfway mark than the next fastest crew of Surbiton. And as they've come through the 1400 mark, they are at 5 minutes 29 seconds. We'll look at whether they've been able to increase their lead over Surbiton and St Paul's as the other crews come past the same marker. But as you can see on your screens now, Wimbledon really have got incredibly smart, sharp and clean blade work, whereas the St Paul's Girls just looking a little bit like they've started to try and make a push, but not necessarily all together, which is about getting it back as we come into the closing stages of this time trial. But Wimbledon High really have pressed out their lead. Wimbledon High really looking very clean here, and it's very exciting to see a second 8 rowing with this level of precision and accuracy, showing a depth of program and a depth of squad as well to be able to produce a second 8 of this caliber. And these crews really are now going to want to press home and just see what lead they can have over the others. With 3 crews, they are racing for the best lane in their final that they will be finishing at the end of today. These crews just coming past the commentary block, and you can see on your screens they are incredibly smart and together. The stroke girl Eliza is really pressing her crew on towards the finish, and as they come through, they're really looking as if they have put everything into this time trial, and it is showing on the times that they have been able to achieve. So they come into the closing finish line. They're still making sure that they are pressing out the finishes, and Eliza making sure that she charges her crew right to the end of the race. And as they come through the finish line, you can just see them looking incredibly pleased and relaxed at the performance they've just been able to put on. And we've got St Paul girls coming up to the finish line now, followed by Surbiton. That was a final time for Wimbledon High of 7:27. St Paul girls looking as if they are pressing forward to the finish. Their Cox at St Paul's, Melina is going to want to encourage her crew to finish the race as strongly as possible. And St Paul girls have come down off of their rate, closely followed by Surbiton. And the unofficial times for this are Wimbledon High of 7:27, Surbiton High School 7:38, and St Paul's of 8:39. So it's an incredibly fast time there for Wimbledon High School, and I'm sure all of the crew and the support team back at the tent will be wanting to see just how excited they can be for the final later on. The next event that we have up is race 203, is race 205, and we will see them up at the start.
Is it flickering to you, John?
And you join us back in the commentary tower as we can see the quads for race 205 starting to turn onto the start line. So this is the J16 Girls Quads, an event which is hugely popular with 30 crews in this time trial trying to qualify to get through to two finals, an A and a B final. So that is 30 crews starting for 12 spots in the A and B final. Now, the girls at this stage, as they're waiting to turn around and be let go from the time trial, know that this event is incredibly important. What we've seen previously in the last race, in race 204 with the J16 second eights for the girls, they knew that they were going to have a final later on, that they were all going to get through to the final. But these girls are in a very different position, where they have to put on an incredibly strong performance. And in this field, in this lineup, we have some incredibly strong crews with a lot of pedigree and from clubs that are very familiar with this event. So as they're just turning round onto the start line, can't quite see from this camera angle the blades of the crews that are currently on the start line. But when we do see a closer picture, we will update you on their progress. And as we come back to the start line for race 205, the J16 Girls Quads, we can see a number of crews starting to come up. And as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we also have crews lining up along the banks. Now, this is going to be a very difficult event, not only for the girls themselves in the physical effort, but also the umpires to logistically manage 30 crews wanting to get up to the top. And the first crew is underway. They are off. They have been set off down lane 2. And you can see that they are pushing forward. They know that they've got to make this time trial work for them in the best way possible. As we mentioned earlier, that is 30 crews down to 12 in the two finals. And Newark Rowing Club have set off. They are in the first ones down the course. Second is Kingston Grammar School Boat Club that are the second down the course. Now, they're set off with 20 seconds between them. So the crews know that if they are starting to catch the crew in front of them, that they are being catching up and having overlap even. Some may even overtake. They will know that they are incredibly fast. That will be something that we know the girls will be wanting to experience as they come down. Next being Spun, Rose Godolphin and Latimer. And they're just waiting to be given the okay from an umpire to get underway. And that's probably one of the most nerve-wracking part of this race for them is not quite having the same level of control as when they're looking at the light. So this is very different from the finals that they will be undertaking later on in the day, where they'll be having a light and a clear start for all of them, whereas this time trial is on the umpire's command. And Godolphin and Latimer are off from the start. You can see more crews coming in. As I said, 30 crews in this race. It's a very, very popular race. And Godolphin and Latimer look like they have gone off to a very smooth start. Next up is Bedford Modern. You can see the girls sitting at front stops there, making sure that they are ready for their race. And more crews keep coming in on your right-hand side of your picture. You can see the crews coming and waiting, and there is a set order that they have to be set off in. So there will be an umpire, and there will be officials that are calling them up to make sure that they are in the correct order. And next off is Bedford. William Borlase is getting ready on the start line. 20 seconds may seem like a very small amount of time, but these crews will know that it is going to be very difficult to close that gap between them. And so William Borlase off to a good start there. You can see them, they started from a standing start and making sure that they are getting it as fast out of the blocks as possible in this time trial. Next up is Exeter Rowing Club. They have just spun onto the start line. And Sir William Borlase are just spinning onto the start line. Lady Enla Holes coming into our screen now in the yellow hull. And whilst we can see that they are nicely spread out when they are racing down the course, as you can see, there is a lot of traffic up at the start line with crews getting ready to go. And this can sometimes be a mental challenge for the crews if they were expecting to start off at a time and there is a hold up for some reason. It can throw them slightly straight after their warm-ups. It's all about keeping the mental preparation at this stage to make sure that they are in the best position possible to go as fast as possible in the time trial and secure a place in the A or B final of this event. And we've got some times coming through at the halfway mark for Newark Rowing Club. So when we get the full times, we'll be announcing those. There'll be unofficial times. We've got Abingdon Rowing Club that have just started. And Tideway Scullers in our picture now, just getting themselves prepared. Tideway Scullers running a huge junior program and have been very successful in this event in the past. And I'm sure we'll be wanting to continue that success this year. And we believe this is Newark Rowing Club on our screens now. They are number 129 and they are stroked by Emma Joy. So in the lineup there, we've got Emma Joy in stroke, Molly Joyce in the 3-seat, Kate Revel in 2, and Ella Abraham in the bow seat. Now, unlike the 8s that we saw earlier, these are coxless boats. So Ella in the bow seat is going to be not only calling her crew and motivating them, but also steering her way down the boys' course, which, for anyone listening who has not steered a coxless boat, is not always as easy as it may seem. But thankfully today here at Dorney, we have very little wind, and it should make it easier for the crews to proceed down the course without too much problem. We've got Kingston approaching Newark, and they are looking like they have got overlap. They are rowing through them. They have definitely got gained an awful lot of time on Newark, and so Newark are going to want to use that as motivation to push off of them. Kingston came through the 1400 meter mark with a 18 seconds faster than Newark Rowing Club, so they are going to know that they are in a very strong position and want to close the final stage as fast as possible to make sure that they put themselves in the best position possible for the A or B final. And they have now got overlap as they come into these final stages. We're here next to the red boys, indicating the final 250 meters of the 2,000 meter course, and Kingston have got overlap. I believe they've got their stern. They're sitting on the stroke seat of Newark, and Kingston have put in a really impressive performance there. All 4 girls looking incredibly neat and sharp on their blade work, and they hope now to see a positive result and see those performances give them a strong position in the A or B final. So that was an unofficial finish time for Kingston of 7:05 and for Newark 7:27. Back up the course, we've got Godolphin and Latimer still coming down the course and coming into the final closing stages. They're looking nice and sharp, but there is no overlap here with another crew, so they are rowing by themselves. That can sometimes be a help because you're not panicked by another crew around you, but it can also present a different mental challenge with the motivation to keep pushing yourself through to the final closing stages despite not having the competition around you that Kingston and Newark were just able to experience. But Godolphin and Latimer looking very tidy and clean as they come towards the finish line, and we can see them here in the commentary tower really sitting nice and tall at the catches, and you can see them on your screen now as they come past. This is boat 131, stroked by Alexandra. And you can see Rebecca in the bow seat. They're looking over, just checking to see where she is on the course, wanting to make sure that she urges her crew to complete the course all the way to the finish line. And we do see occasionally here in time trials crews coming down off of their race pace earlier than expected because they've just misjudged that. So Rebecca there in the bow seat wanting to make sure that she gets that finish line correct for her crews. Next up is Bedford Modern School. Now these girls are looking like they have come down the track very, very fast indeed, but we're not sure about what their finishing time will be. That was an unofficial finish time for Godolphin of 7:27, so very close to Newark's finishing time. We've therefore got Kingston Grammar School still sitting with the fastest time, but this is only crew number 4 coming across the finish line now of the lineup of 30 for this event, so there's a lot that can change over the next few minutes. Sir William Borlase have got a unofficial finish time of 7:22, which puts them in the 2nd position. Bedford Modern have just finished, their finish time has just come through at 7:39. And Exeter Rowing Club closely followed as they come into the finish. And as you join us back, we can see here there's another overlapping crew. Okay, so this is crew 136. So that is City of Bristol Rowing Club coming through, and they are overtaking Walbrook Rowing Club on 138 on the right hand side of your screen. Apologies there, so it's 135 and 136. So LEH, Lady Eleanor Holes, and City of Bristol Rowing Club. And so Lady Eleanor Holes are really there making sure that they accelerate through them, and they have completely broken water now. They've rowed through them, they've rowed them down, and they all wanting to be making sure that they extend that lead as much as possible. Then we have the next crew coming down is 139, which is Abingdon Rowing Club. These girls are very nice and long as they come towards us in the commentary tower. Abingdon Rowing Club, stroked by Zoe, with 3-seat Isabel, 2-seat Annabelle, and bow seat Rose. And you can see Rose again, another bow girl that's just making sure that she's getting herself in the right position, having a quick check to each side to put her in the best position along the course. And another tussle we can't quite see on our screens, but further up the lake we've got another tussle between Sir William Perkins School and George Watson College. Again, another overtake, which is putting girls in a very strong mental position to want to proceed their lead. And here we go. You can see this tussle that's happening here between Sir William Perkins and George Watson College. Sir William Perkins really wanting to accelerate through. You can see the girls there pressing for the line in boat 141. Having a real fight at the end to ensure that they extend the lead and give themselves the best time possible for the final draw of the two A and B finals. That is an unofficial finish time of 7:29 for William Perkins School and George Watson College. A very good row from then of 7:11, which puts them just 6 seconds behind Kingston Grammar School, which is still currently sat up there in first position. Just crossing the finish line was Tideway Scullers School. They've come up with an unofficial finish time of 7:10. So they've just overtaken George Watson College into the second fastest time of this time trial so far. But as we mentioned earlier, there is a very big field for this J16 girls quad event with 30 crews, with only 13 to have crossed the finish line. And as we can see in our screens now, we've got the Grange School, the rowing club coming through. This is stroked by Jessica, backed up by Natasha, Lottie and Sophia in the bow seat. Again, there we go, another look from the bow girl. Sophia looking over her shoulder, checking that she's in the right position. And they have really pushed themselves into a good position here. They've managed to maintain the distance between them and the crew in front. And they are pushing off and looking very strong as they're coming into these following stages. And this is the Grange School approaching the last 50 metres of this race, wanting to make sure they put themselves in the best position for the finals. And that is a unofficial finish time for Grange School of 7:50. Closely followed there by Bedford Girls Rowing Club, with an unofficial finish time of 8:11. So currently with the time trials, we're still sitting first position with Kingston Grammar School with a time of 7:05. It'll be interesting to see if we have any crews coming down the course now who can compete for that top spot. And as we can see on our screens now, we've got the girls from Team Keen, I believe, in the very distinct neon yellow unisuits and a very distinct purple Stampley shell as well. In the boat park, the Stampley purple shells really do stand out amongst lots of yellow and white boats. And coming down the course, we've got a very three in very quick succession. So we have on your screens now Walton Rowing Club, boat 144, straight by Evie, and then followed up by Darcy, Phoebe and Josie. Now they're looking very strong as they're coming into the finishing stages, wanting to hold themselves away from Wallingford Rowing Club. Nottingham Union, apologies. So we've got boat 144 Walton Rowing Club, followed by Nottingham Union Rowing Club, boat 148, followed by Headington. Now the girls in the Headington crew are number 149, stroked by Amelia, and Headington have a sculling program that has been incredibly dominant at National Schools Regatta for many years, closely followed by Henley Rowing Club. And these girls are going to want to make sure that they put on a strong performance, not only for their crew members, but also for their club, past and present. And as Henley come through the course, we're going to give you their times as they come in. So Headington School have given a time of 7:13. That puts them in fourth position so far of the 19 crews that have crossed the finish line. Still in first, we've got Kingston Grammar with a time of 7:05, and only followed by Tideway Scullers with 7:10. So there's a very clear lead there from Kingston Grammar. Now obviously the girls that are coming down the course will not know the times that these other crews have been set. We've got in front of us now Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford Rowing Club based near Oxford University Boat Club. So they have seen experienced rowers around them when they've been on the water, and no doubt will want to be following in those footsteps of strong performances as a senior athlete. As Wallingford cross the line, they have a time of 7:47, putting them in 15th. Remember, it's only the first 12 crews from this time trial that will be able to proceed to the A and B final. Next, we have Lee Rowing Club, very distinct orange unisuits and blades there. And we've got their times coming through from Lee. Stratford-upon-Avon have just crossed the finish line, and it looks like they gained some of the distance between them and Lee Rowing Club. Lee Rowing Club have a finishing time of 7:24. That currently puts them in 7th position. And we have Henley just crossing the finish line. When their times come through, we will give those. And Henley Rowing Club, as expected, a very competitive time of 7:10. That puts them in 3rd position currently, behind Kingston Grammar and Tideway Scullers. It could be a very competitive A final here, with only 5 seconds separating the top 4 crews. On our screens now, we have Durham Amateur Rowing Club coming through into the closing stages. They've just crossed the line. There's a big gap now between the Molesey Boat Club as they're coming down. So this is Durham Amateur Rowing Club on our screens now as they're coming into the closing stages, closely followed by Marlow Rowing Club. Really, Marlow looking very impressive in front of the Durham Amateur Rowing Club that you can see on your screens currently. And Marlow really accelerating through into the finish. All the girls looking very sharp and in time there. They have had a very fast time on the previous splits from Marlow Rowing Club. When we have their unofficial time, yes, they've gone into 3rd position. They've presented a very, very fast time of 7:05. But Durham Amateur Rowing Club, an incredibly fast time. It's been corrected, apologies. We had a slight error on the system there. So Durham Amateur Rowing Club posted a time of 7:27. That puts them in 12th position. So they are currently in the B final, but we have not had all the crews pass over the line yet. The girls in purple there from Whitcliffe. So we're coming into the final cruise of this event now. So they know that they've got to put everything they can to get into one of the two finals. Two clubs left on the course for this event: Kingston Rowing Club and Enniskillen Royal Boat Club from Ireland. Enniskillen having a very strong regatta so far, and wanting to make the journey over from Ireland worth it for them. So we can see the two crews coming into our picture now. Kingston Rowing Club in front of us, probably wanting to try and be as competitive as Kingston Grammar, currently sitting at the top of this time trial. Once again, there's only 12 crews from these 30 crews that will be going through to the finals later this afternoon, and they will all be wanting a place in one of those lucrative spots. Kingston making a push for the line. You can see the rate has gone up, stroked by Arabella. She is wanting to make sure she gives her crew the best rhythm possible for a fast time. Final crew to be in this time trial is Enniskillen in front of us, and they have had a clean run down the course so far. A final crew to cross the finish line, and they have posted an unofficial time of, just as it's coming through, 7:17. So Enniskillen, whilst they may have been the last crew to in this time trial, have made that work for them, and they are in 8th position and giving themselves a spot in the B final. So unofficially, we have the top 12 as followed: Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in 12th, Weybridge Rowing Club 11th, Sir William Borlase 10th, Molesey Boat Club 9th, Enniskillen 8th, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club 7th, Headington School 6th, George Watson's College 5th, Henley Rowing Club 4th, Tideway Scullers 3rd, Marlow, and then still in the lead is Kingston Grammar, but there is only 5 seconds separating the top 5 crews, so we could be in for a very interesting A final later. So going back to the picture that you can see in front of you on the pontoons, you've got the crews now landing, and this will be, for some of them, a time of celebration that they've got a final in front of them, and for others, a time of commiseration that they haven't made them this time trial their success of the season. But I'm sure that many of these will have more races to come as the regatta season starts to progress. So as the crews land, we will be just waiting for them to get off of the course to make sure that it's safe for the other crews to start with our next race, race 206, the J16 quads for the boys this time. Another big event with 27 crews, and we will join you again when they are set off from the start line. I'm back with the commentary team ready for race 206. So having just seen the girls come down the track in the quads, we are now going to be seeing the boys. So this is J16 quads race 206. Now there's 27 starters in this event, and that will be for another 12 places in the A and B final. So once again, these crews know that they have to present a competitive time for their race to be able to occur later on this afternoon. We can see the crews coming up, lining up, getting themselves into position, wanting to have as clean a start as possible and to reduce not only the stress that they are experiencing at the beginning of the race, but also those of the officials around them. And you can see as I speak, there's an official who's trying to communicate things to a crew. We already have 6 crews that are on the course. So Bedford School was first off, followed by Newark, followed by King's School Worcester. We have the first split in for those 3 schools. So King's School Worcester, the fastest split in the first 400 meters of 1:24, followed by Newark, and followed by Bedford. But these can change very much as they go down the course. What we have to remember here is it is a 2,000 meter course. There is a long time for them to be able to make a change, make a push, and to change the boat speed that they are able to achieve. Another crew there being set off, wanting to chase down the crew in front of them. Now, being a coxless boat, you're not quite sure of the distance that you have. There's no one giving you a check on whether there's 2 lengths of clear water or whether you're gaining on them. So it is all about feel, which helps them very much in this calm water here at Dorney this morning, because any sort of change in the water will usually be caused by a boat around them. Another boat being set off at the start line. And with 27 starters, the officials will be wanting to make sure that they are coming through thick and fast. So as you can see, one has just gone off, but there is one being lined up and more coming into that conveyor belt of boys' quads that we will be seeing this afternoon. And the split so far in the first 400 metres of the time trial is putting King's College School Boat Club in first position, but their speed can change as they go down the course. They are currently sitting 3 seconds ahead of the other crews at the 400 metre mark, but different crews attempt and structure their time trial very differently. We can see that they are now being set off in quick succession, that 20-second gap between them to ensure that they're giving clean water to the crew in front of them. So Newark Rowing Club in front of us here, coming down the track. It's looking like there's been some crews that have caught up with each other, so it could be coming thick and fast as they come down to these closing stages. Now, once again, I'll just remind people at home that this is a field of 27 with only 12 going through to an A and a B final. So incredibly important for these crews to put as fast a time in as possible. So this is Newark Rowing Club in front of us. These boys rowing very sharp as they're coming into the closing stages, and they really have increased the gap between them and the King's School Worcester that are following them. But there is crews catching each other in our picture, not that you can see it yet, but they are starting to close in on each other, and that is a very motivating experience for the crew that knows that they have caught up in front of them. The boys currently on your screen are Newark Rowing Club, who are presenting some fast times as they've been coming down the course. At the 1400 metre mark, they were at 5:04, and they have come across the line, and when we get the unofficial times, we will present those to you. Further back on the course, we've got King's School Worcester and Enniskillen Rowing Club that are coming down the course. Enniskillen having gained distance on King's School Worcester. So this is boat 160, stroked by Henry Halford from King's School Worcester, that has just overtaken the crew in front of them, and as they come across the finish line, they're looking very pleased with themselves. This is Enniskillen. Apologies for the confusion over blade colours. It can be quite difficult to see in the commentary box, and Enniskillen rowing very, very sharp and fast as they come into the finish. They are closely followed by King's College School Wimbledon. Now, King's College School Wimbledon have had the fastest times as they've been going down the track, but whether they've been able to maintain that as they've come through the finish. They have indeed gone into first position with a time of 6:33, 11 whole seconds in front of Enniskillen, currently sitting in second. But these, remember, are unofficial times. They may change. We have seen that in the past where there's been a timing error, but all the boys look like they have done a cracking job as they've come through. You've got quite a break here in the commentary box, but as on your screen you can see, the next crew coming down is crew 164. This is King's School Chester, stroked by James Jacobs, backed up by Freddie, Oliver and Alex in the bow seat. Now these boys have, looks like they have had a time trial with very few contacts with any, or no contact rather, with any crew, neither in front nor behind, and that presents a real mental challenge for these boys, but something that I'm sure that they are not unfamiliar with. Behind the guys from King's School Chester, we have got St Paul's. We've got Windsor boys, sorry, and I believe it's crew 167, sorry. Which is Hereford Cathedral School. Now, Windsor boys have huge pedigree in their sculling programme, and these boys, I'm sure, will be wanting to ensure that they put themselves in a good position to represent their school and the programme that it has had. But that is an incredibly strong performance there from the Hereford Cathedral School that are following Windsor Boys School. Windsor Boys School posting a time of 6:57. So currently sitting in the top 6, we have King's College School Wimbledon, Marlow, Enniskillen, Newark, King's School Worcester, King's School Chester and Windsor Boys School. On your screen now, we have coming down a crew that's looking very sharp. Oh, it's just changed, but looking very sharp. All the crews here have been showing a very strong technical performance. That may be to do with the fact that they have had so much time together more recently in preparation for National Schools Regatta. It's obviously been a very strange year for these crews with lockdowns, but I know all of them have been incredibly keen to get back training with each other. Then we have crew 170. This is Weybridge Rowing Club on your screens. This is stroked by Benjamin Jeffrey, and he's setting a really nice rhythm in that Weybridge Rowing Club boat, and they will be wanting to make sure that they try and secure one of the lucrative 12 spots in the A and B final. Weybridge are followed by Dulwich College Boat Club. Dulwich stroked by Thomas Harris. Dulwich, a big programme down at Dulwich based in Putney, with lots of boys in all age groups wanting to take part in rowing, and it's good to see that programmes such as Dulwich continue to grow. We're then on your screens now, we are seeing the Grange School. Sorry, there must have been a change in the order because we've got, this is Hinksey Sculling School, number 162. So there's been a slight change in the order there, but that is Hinksey that have just crossed the finish line. They are followed by crew 165, which is from St Paul's School Boat Club. This is stroked by Zane and is steered in the bow seat by Sydney Shaw. Now Sydney Shaw, we just saw there, have a quick glance to his left hand side just to check that he is on the right lines and on the right track. We've then on our screens got boat 173, Henley Rowing Club, stroked by Matthew. Henley Rowing Club based on the Henley Stretch, where some of these boys will be wanting to compete in the Forley, the quad event at Henley Royal Regatta. There's a big gap here between Henley and the next cruise, which suggests not only that they closed in front of them, and the top 6 once again for the unofficial times are King's College School Boat Club, Marlow, Enniskillen, Henley, Newark and Hinksey. Hinksey coming into 6th position in a time of 6:48. So currently 15 seconds separating the top 6. Next we have coming down is crew 172 from the Grange School. And Lucas in the bow seat there, just looking across, making sure that he is keeping himself straight down the course and that he is calling this big push towards the finish. So this is the Grange School in our picture now, coming up to the last 50 metres of the race, wanting to ensure that they keep the blade work nice and tight as they come down. The next crew on the course is Magdalen's College School Boat Club, stroked by Tom Rickman. Dexter in the bow seat, having a look over his shoulder. Quite difficult there for us to see which boat this is due to the boat number on the bowman being upside down. This is Clare's Court Boat Club, boat 175, stroked by William. And then we have Team Keen Sculling School, boat 176, closely followed by Mossbourne. This is Team Keen on our screens now. We're just waiting for some times to come through. The top 6 remains as it was for the top 4, and then we have a new addition, Clare's Court School, 646, sitting in 5th, followed by Newark. And now Newark is sitting in the B final lineup with 6th place going to Team Keen. 167 have just crossed the finish line. That is Hereford Cathedral School. And they have posted a very fast time, currently on the timing of 6:22, Hereford Cathedral School. So they've gone into the first position by 11 seconds. In our screens now, there is boat 177. This is Mossbourne Rowing Academy. Joe in the stroke seat is making sure that he's trying to set a really nice rhythm for the boys behind him. He is backed up by Raphael in the 3 seat, Liam in 2, and Carl in the bow seat. Now they've had a time trial again, but completely by themselves. Very little contact between the crew in front or behind. So it very much is a mental challenge at this stage as they come into the last few strokes to make sure that they keep themselves composed and they cross the finish line. Mossbourne are followed by Trentham Boat Club 178, stroked by Samuel. And they have definitely closed some of the gap with Mossbourne in front of them. And as they come into the final stroke, we will keep you updated on the unofficial times that come through. We then have Sir William Borley's Grammar School, Boys in front of us now, as they come into the closing stages, they are within the red boys. And we have had Trenton Boat Club post a time of 6:42 on the unofficial times, and that has put them in 4th position. So quite a lot of change up at the top of this time trial, leading us into the A and B finals. Remember, this is 27 crews coming down to 12 in the final. This boat in front of us on the screen is boat 180, which is Whitgift School. And closely following them is Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, boat 181. Now Whitgift are going to be wanting to make sure that they press away as much as they can from Nottingham and Union Rowing Club as they come down. And Whitgift have put on a big sprint at the finish now. They've increased their rate. They are stroked by Josh, and Josh has thrown the rate up as they've come into the final stages. Nottingham and Union following very promptly into the finishing. And we've got 3 crews left on the course now. This is Walton Rowing Club in front of us, boat 182. This crew moving very calmly together. Again, they have had a very lonely time trial out there. There's been no crews to chase, no crews to overtake or aim for. And you can see that that doesn't seem to have phased Kieran, Julius, Cyrus and Henry in this Walton Rowing Club quad as they come through to the finish line. So as we wait for the last 2 boats, Kingston and Walbrook, to come down, the current A final stands with Hereford Cathedral School, King's College School, Sir William Borlase, Marlow, Walton, Nottingham and Union. And the B final, Trentham, Henley, Enniskillen, Clares Court and Team Keene and Newark. But we do still have 2 crews on the course. Kingston are on our screens now. They are second to last, the penultimate crew for this race of 206, the J16 boys quads, and they are wanting to make sure that they finish as strong as possible. Some strong performances so far from the boats down in Kingston, both Kingston Grammar School and Kingston Rowing Club. And the final boat on the course, last but not least, is Walbrook Boat Club. This is the final boat crossing the line or approaching the line for race 206, the J16 quads. Walbrook boat in front of us being stroked by Thomas Crane. And there continues to be more change of the A final, with Walton Rowing Club going into 6th, pushing Nottingham and Union into the B final in 7th position from the time trials. Walbrook have just finished with an unofficial time of 6:49. So that is 27 crews going into 2 finals, each with 6 crews participating. So that is a final of Hereford, King's College School, Kingston Rowing Club, Sir William Borlase, Marlow and Walton, and a B final of Nottingham and Union, Trentham, Henley, Enniskillen and Clares Court and Team Keene. I'm sure the boys are going to be very pleased with those performances and be looking forward to the races later. The next race up we have is race 207. This is the J16 8 and another big field of 16 boats. So I will pass you over into some very capable hands as we continue this time trial coverage.
Yeah, and the next crew, Reading Bluecoat School Boat Club D. That's boat number 186, stroke by William Dean, cox by Edward Verstringer. They're following up behind Latimer Upper School. And then we've got Abingdon School Boat Club D, the third boat off. Yeah, these gaps of 30 seconds, they are quite a distance. Yesterday, if you were viewing, listening, you will have evidenced some cracking racing, particularly amongst scullers. I mean, in my day, we go back a long way, and I sculled a quad internationally. And in those days, there wasn't even a quad event at Henley, which is surprising. But now you've got a number of quad events. And yesterday, one of the events, we had 3 finals, A, B, and C, 6 quads in each, which is tremendous to see so many people sculling. I mean, some people would put that down to Project Awesome, which was the initiative promoted by the what was then the Amateur Rowing Association, funding clubs to buy boats. And you had to buy certain boats, a quad, singles, a Cox 4, I think. Project Awesome. Yes, at the first marker of this first time trial for J16 boys 8s, Latimer got to that first marker in 1:14, Reading Bluecoats 1:17, and Abingdon in 1:17. There's about 0.1 of a second between them. The next crew off is Winchester College Boat Club B, crew number 188. Stroke by Thomas Jurjevic and cox by Theo Phelps. Yes, they're coming thick and fast now. The Winchester College got to the first marker, which is 400 meters off the start in 1:21. That is the slowest time so far, but a lot can happen as you go down the track depending on your race profile. Some people go off a lot quicker and settle. Some people go off more steadily and increase their boat speed as they go down the track. So these early times are maybe an indicator. St. George's got to that first marker in 1:19, which would place them 4th at the moment, but very early days. As I said a moment ago, there was some cracking racing yesterday, particularly amongst sculling. As you're aware, sculling, you have to control 2 blades, not just the one. And some of the sculling we saw was just outstanding. And this is amongst youngsters, probably J16. So they may not have been sculling that long, maybe a couple of years. So the first boat in this time trial, Latimer Upper, is in sight now of the finish, coming up to the last 250 meters to go. They're looking very well together. And again, it's difficult to know how people have caught up or lost ground looking down the track, because the 30 seconds is quite a big margin, but it has to be that big. Yes, Latimer, stroke rate of about 35, rowing pretty well together. Boat cutting smoothly through the water. Probably got 20 strokes to go. Rating 36. Putting in a last burn for the line to try and capture one of those 6 places in the A final. Yes, Latimer, last few strokes. And they cross the line. Now, followed by Reading Bluecoat School. So Latimer crossed in 6 minutes 30.58. Reading, last few strokes from Reading, slightly lower rate, longer strokes perhaps. And Reading followed by Abingdon School Boat Club D. Again, Abingdon raising the rate for that last sprint towards the line to try and capture one of those top 6 places. Yes, good stuff from Abingdon. Last few strokes, and then there's a bit of a gap for the next boat. It's a long way down the track. That would be Winchester College. So the first 3 boats across the line, Latimer 6:30 have got the fastest time so far. Abingdon 6:31, Reading Bluecoat 6:33. Yeah, we have got a bit of a gap. I'm not sure why. They may have just started a bit with a bigger gap at the start. I mean, Winchester looking pretty tidy. They've got coming up to the last 250, and they sense that they've only got about 40 strokes to go then. Yeah, increasing the rate. It's a classic marker to increase the rate because you know you haven't got too far to go and not too much time to make up any time you feel you need to try and get into that all-important A final. So on your screen now is Winchester College Boat Club. Yeah, good commitment. Last probably 5-6 strokes. Winchester coming up to the line. Now you heard the klaxon, followed by St George's College Boat Club D. Stroke by Arthur Clinton. Last few strokes for St George's. And behind St George's, we've got Royal Shrewsbury School. A steadier rate, but long strokes. Yes, they had a good intermediate time at the 1400 metre mark. 4:34 would have placed them first so far. Coming up to the line now, that's Royal Shrewsbury School. And we've got a bit of a gap again. Coming up to the 250 to go. We've got Bedford School Boat Club B. Rating 34, good long strokes, good crew commitment. They sense the line isn't that far away, probably 15 strokes at most. That's Bedford School Boat Club B. They were lying fourth overall at the 1400 mark. But like I said earlier, a lot can happen, certainly in the last 250, as people sprint hard for the line. 2 strokes to go. Bedford School across the line now with a time of, yeah, that wasn't bad, 6:22. That puts them in second place overall at the moment. And St Paul's School coming up to the line shortly. You heard the klaxon. Stroke by Nicholas Martin, cox by Nicholas Ridley. Following on is Radley College Boat Club. You can see them in the picture. Stroke by Fergus McInnes. Radley College they've got the fastest time so far. Puts them in first position, 6:05. That is pretty outstanding compared to the times we've had so far. I don't think they can, the conditions, the weather conditions will have favoured any particular boat. So that's pretty outstanding. 6 minutes 05.72 for Radley College Boat Club D. And we've got Bedford Modern, boat number 194, probably 25 strokes to go. They're inside the last 250, as sometimes termed the red zone. A little bit short, but plenty of commitment. Yes, Bedford Modern, they were 12th at the 1400 metre mark. Obviously, the last minute sprint trying to make up ground in that last 250. They crossed the line now. And over on the far side in your picture, you'll shortly see King's School Chester Rowing Club E, stroked by Mahir Ashan and cox by Ted Tooby. King's School Chester, rating 34, 35, 2 strokes to go. They are They are 8th overall, so just missed the top 6. And following on from King's School Chester, we've got Dulwich College, Boat Club C, boat number 196, stroked by Hugo Bird and coxed by Joe English. Good, long, strong strokes, rating 34, 2 or 3 strokes to go. Yeah, Dulwich, that puts them 12. So they'll be in the B final at the moment. We've still got a number of boats still to complete the trial. And then followed by them, we've got Hampton School, Boat Club A, boat number 197, stroked by Arjun Kang and coxed by Jasper Rankin. That was Hampton School Boat Club A. And then we have Shiplake College. Shiplake College boat number 198, stroked by Luke Bicker and coxed by Charlie Keener. Good strong long strokes, rating 34. Across the line now. Yeah, that puts them in second position, Shiplake. with a time of 6:06:58 overall, just behind Radley College Boat Club, who still hold first position with 6:05, but we have got two more boats still to come in, Westminster School and Eton. Westminster just past the 250-metre mark. Nice rhythm. Boat slicing through the water. Rating 35. 20-odd strokes to go. And that's Westminster School Boat Club D, boat number 199. And Eton are just coming up to the 250-metre mark. All in strong blue. This is the J16 8s, the boys. Westminster crossing the line. Now, you've heard the klaxon. Westminster, that puts them currently in 5th. Eton, yes, well together, look a bit short to me, but you know, at the end of the day, you need a number of components to make the boat go fast. Short and power, particularly in the last 250, you can really get that boat moving. 2 strokes to go, Eton cross now. And that completes the boats for this time trial for J16 boys 8s. There are provisional times. Provisionally, Radley in 1st, Shiplake in 2nd, Royal Shrewsbury 3rd, Hampton 4th, Westminster School Boat Club 5th, and Eton College in 6th. meters as possible for people to have a good row or a good 2 rows today. So St Paul's Girls' School Boat Club M should be the first boat away from the starting area. They've certainly started, and the other boats are just marshalling behind them, as I said earlier, with 30-second gaps. Yeah, they're all getting organized. 13 boats competing for the A final and the B final. So St Paul's Girls' School are on their way to the first marker, which is 400 meters, and they reached that in a time of 1 minute 26.06 seconds. Northwich are behind them, and Monmouth School for Girls behind them. They have started. Godolphin and Latin are not quite past that first starting point yet. So St Paul's Girls' School stroked by Ella Mayo, coxed by Amelia Kong, Alexandra Van White, Megan Gill, Carla, Barbara Anyhow, Beerley, Sophie Tyler in the 7th seat. I haven't seen another time from Northwich yet. Maybe they've not got to that 400 meter marker. Northwich stroked by Cara Brooke and coxed by Charlotte Brooke, with Gabrielle Taylor, Darcy Smythe, Isabella Wishart, Tilly Little, Sophie Guy, Jennifer Riley, and in the 7th seat, Erin Kendall. Yes, they've clocked a time of 1 minute 28.41 seconds. That's Northwich as they reach the 400 meter mark. Monmouth School for Girls, ooh, that's tight. 1 minute 28.68 seconds. But of course, having started 30 seconds apart, neither crew knows how close they are to each other. Godolphin and Latimer School Boat Club B have started. Godolphin and Latimer stroked by Rosie Eggerly, coxed by Eddie Tyler, with Sophie Gray, Valentina Lesme, Naomi Eng, Alexia Nuaro, Allegra Simeonato, with Lakshmi Usani in the 7th seat, Sienna Wolf, I'm going to say stroked by Rosie Eggerly. That's boat number 204. They have clocked 1 minute 31.67 seconds at the 400 meter mark. They are followed by Putney High School, boat number 205, stroked by Isabella Lott, coxed by Grace Torrance, with Victoria Greco, Cassandra Spence, Fran Mowat in the 4th seat, Susie Marshall at 5, Kate Forrester at 6, Niam Cormerford, and in the 7th seat, Tallulah Poulton. They have reached the 400 meter mark in 1:26, which was the second fastest time at the 400 meter mark. They're followed by Lady Eleanor Hollis, boat number 206, stroked by Anna Kreuger, coxed by Roshi Hogarth, with from Bow, Selena Bridge, Phoebe Bonner, Olivia Graham, Isabella Shepherd. In the 5-seat, Helena Tevathon. At 6, Mia Thompson. In the 7th seat, Charlotte Crocker. They have reached the 400-meter mark in 1:27.46 seconds. Following up from them, we have Surbiton High, which have posted an impressive first 400-meter time of 1:21.34, which is a good 5 seconds ahead of any other boat at that 400-meter mark. So Surbiton, stroked by Charlotte Hubbard, coxed by Kate Theobald. And from the bow seat, Megan Berg, Alexandra Bolton, Claudia Alexander, Izzy Kennedy, Madeline Greenstoke, Megan Johnson. In the 7th seat, Sophie Rankin. And they have the fastest time so far to the 400-meter mark. But up at the front of the field, we have St Paul's Girls' School Boat Club. Just coming up 5 or so strokes to the finish. Rating 34, good long strokes, rowing very well together. And they cross now, you heard the klaxon. You can see them on the screen. Bit of a gap down to Norwich Rowing Club. So St Paul's clocked 7 minutes 12.85 seconds for the full course, or the full time trial course. Interestingly enough, at 900-meter mark, Surbiton had clocked the fastest time in 3:07. I mean, they had a good 5 seconds lead over the other boats at the 400-meter mark, and at the 900-meter mark, they have 7 seconds over the next fastest boat. So St Paul's have finished, and coming up to the line, we have Northwich Rowing Club B, boat number 202. Two or three strokes still to go. Pretty gutsy row from Northwich. Crossing the line now, you can see them on the screen. Time of 7 minutes 17.62 seconds. And we have a nice little tussle coming up to the last 250 between Monmouth School and Godolphin. You can see it on the screen. Godolphin now. Six or seven strokes still to go. They have their own little battle with Putney High School. They're overlapping. Putney High have the fastest boat speed at the moment. Faster, I should say, over Godolphin. You heard the two klaxons. So Godolphin clocked 7:37, .23 puts them in 5th place at the moment. And Monmouth clocked 7 minutes 25.88, which puts them 4th at the moment. Well, a good boat speed from Surbiton, who have 2 or 3 strokes until they get to the line. They were the fastest crew down the course for the earlier markers. They've clocked 6 minutes 45.32 seconds, which places them first at the moment. Putney High School in second, St Paul's in third. But this is provisional because we still have another 6 or 7 crews still to cross the line. Coming up to the line now is Wimbledon High School Boat Club A. That is number 208. You can see them on the screen. And they cross the line now. Well, Wimbledon have got 7 minutes 3 seconds, placed them provisionally in 2nd place, ahead of Putney and St Paul's and the Hogs. But Surbiton are the fastest provisionally by far, 18 seconds ahead of the next boat. And over on the course, we have King's School Chester inside the last 150, 200 meters. They had good boat thrust. That's boat number 209. King's School Chester coming up to the line, 2 or 3 strokes to go. You heard the klaxon. King's School Chester, boat number 209, finishing 7:54, which provisionally places them in 9th, which would be a B final start for them. And then we have Great Marlow School, not that far behind them. Great Marlow now. Great Marlow School 7:54.57. Sorry, correction there. Great Marlow School 7:26.82 places them in 8th position provisionally. That's the B final. And we have 2 boats coming up to the line quite close. Over on the far side, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Latimer Upper School, numbers 211 and 213. Aberdeen crossing now. And Latimer now. You heard the klaxon. Well, Latimer, they were very close to Aberdeen coming up to the line, and Latimer posted a time of 7 minutes 7.32 seconds, which provisionally places them in 3rd. Aberdeen 7 minutes 29.26, which provisionally puts them in 10th. Coming up to the line now. I believe we've got Enniskillen. You heard the klaxon, they've just passed the line. That's boat number 214. Enniskillen, time of 7 minutes 20.92, provisionally puts them in 8th position, which would be the B final. We've got a withdrawal here from Monkton Combe. So those are all the boats for that time trial. J16 Girls 8s, race number 208. Time trial has been completed, and provisionally Surbiton in first, Wimbledon in second, Latimer in third, Putney High School in fourth, St Paul's Girls School Boat Club fifth, Lady Eleanor sixth. So those would be the unofficial positions for the A final, and then followed by Northwich in seventh, Enniskillen eighth, Monmouth School ninth, Great Marlow 10, Aberdeen 11, Godolphin 12, and King's School 13. So you've got 7 boats. They may run a 7-boat A final or B final, but either or. Those are unofficial placings at the moment. Down at the start, the pairs are marshalling for championship girls coxless pairs. We have 9 crews in the time trial, and first off will be King's School Worcester, but that start is 12:20, 3 minutes to go. trial for championship girls coxless pairs. There are 9 entries, going for 6 for the A final, and then that will leave 3 for the B final. King's School Worcester led off, followed by Yarm and then Headington. And at the first marker, King's School Worcester had a time 1:37, but the fastest crew was Marlow, followed by Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. At the second marker, Aberdeen to first. There's only less than a second in time between Marlow and Aberdeen. Not bad conditions for coxless pairs today. As you know, wind can play havoc with steering, but it's pretty good. Slight head, but that will only steady the boats. It won't cause any steering problems from what we can see. So, King's School Worcester must have had quite a strong 500 metre between the 900 and the 1400, because their time at 1400 is 5 minutes 59.38, which puts them provisionally in first place. Yarm were 7th at 400. There's no time for them at 900, but they're provisionally at second with 6:04 at the 1400 metre mark. Good long strokes from King's School Worcester. Rowing well together. Rating 33, 34. As I said earlier, the difference in the start positions is a 30-second gap. So it's very difficult to gauge how you're doing against the other crews. You just got to get on with it and push as hard as possible. So coming up to the line, King's School Worcester. You heard the klaxon, that's them past the line. Yarm, boat number 216, that's Lily Brown, Anastasia Legg. Six or 7 strokes to go. Yarm coming up to the line. Now, King's School finished in 8 minutes 12.94 seconds. Yarm 8 minutes 20. But we have some faster boats in theory coming through further on down the line. Say faster boats that were clocking first and second places at the 1400 metre mark. Headington is the next pair to cross the line. Headington really putting a lot into it with inside this last 250 metres. Headington were lying 7th at the 1400 metre mark, followed by Westminster Schoolboat Club, followed very closely by Westminster. So Headington crossed the line now. Westminster now. And then Marlow Rowing Club have come off the course for some reason, but they crossed the line. They had shown a very good time early on. They were lying second at 1400 metre mark. Emmanuel School just crossed the line, followed by Aberdeen, who crossed the line now. So Headington had a provisional time of 8 minutes 30, which put them in 7th. Aberdeen had provisionally posted the fastest time of 7 minutes 51.85. Marlow, that's interesting. They came across the course, but they provisionally posted 8 minutes 10.95 for their overall time, which puts them in third place. King's School Worcester now in fourth. But Emmanuel have gone up to second in 8 minutes 5.32 seconds. We have two more boats still to come. That's Radnor House and Ardingly. So Ardingly cross now, and Radnor House cross now. So those are the full 9 boats through in this time trial. I'll just wait for the times of those last 2 boats. Yeah, Radnor House. In fact, Ardingly finished in 8 minutes 24.85. That puts them in 7th. Radnor House, 8 minutes 37.94. That puts them in 9th. So the provisional times for that time trial for girls coxless, championship coxless pairs: Aberdeen in first, Emmanuel in second, Marlow in third, King's School Worcester in fourth, in fifth, Westminster School, in sixth, Yarm School. So those provisionally would be the 6 boats that would race in the A final, and then in the B final, Ardingly, Headington and Radnor House School. Those are unofficial placings at this point. Down on the start at the moment, we have coxless, championship coxless pairs for boys. They're marshalling for their time trial. First off will be Radnor House School Rowing Club A, crew number 224. That's Alexander Scan and Archie Adams, Archie stroking. Followed by Leeds Rowing Club, boat number 225. George Bell in the bow seat, stroked by Joe Brown Butts. Third off will be Northwich, boat number 226. Bow seat, Sonny Cooper and Matthew Doylan stroking. We've not quite got underway yet, but they all appear to be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't quite see 7 boats, but they should. Radnor House should be just gently paddling up to the starting point shortly. It is past 12:30 now, which was the official time. So the time trial for championship boys coxless pairs has now got underway. Radnor House School pulled off. That's crew number 224, followed by Leeds Rowing Club and Northwich School Boat Club. Those three have got underway. Northwich had quite a fast start in terms of rate, followed by Latimer. Similar rating from Latimer. Monmouth School Rowing Club B, crew number 228. They just started. Angus Whitehead in the bow seat, stroked by Alfie Winter. King's School Canterbury just coming into position to start. Radnor House School clocked 1 minute 29.82 seconds at the 400 metre mark, that first marker, but that was surpassed by the Leeds pair clocking 1 minute 26.46 and Norwich School Boat Club D 127.93. But the leader at that mark, at the 400 metre mark, was Latimer Upper School Boat Club at 1 minute 25.24. But it's early days. As we all know, a lot can happen as you go down the track, and people's race profiles can be quite different. It's not just a case of going flat out from the start and hanging on. There's plenty of physiological and psychological evidence to say that you're not really rowing an efficient race by doing that sort of thing. I do ask people, and it's not a trick question, but I do say to them, over a 2,000 metre race, if you knock out the first 250 metres and the last 250 metres, which is the next fastest 250 metres? Most people get it wrong. They either say, 1500 to 1750 or 750 to 1,000. It's actually the second. The second in East German parlance was, the reason for that was that at that point your body is settling down physiologically. So you don't want to go too fast, otherwise you'll cause yourself problems later on in the race, oxygen deficits, etc. And at that point, they used to put on quite a steamy second 250, because physiologically they could make ground, but also psychologically. There's nothing worse than a crew moving away from you when you've hit that first minute marker, or even rowing through you. So these early times are an indication, maybe, and in fact, looking at the 900 metre splits, the first crew is still Latimer at 3 minutes 24.5 seconds. 5 seconds slower is Leeds, and another 5 seconds is Norwich School. But we'll see how that shapes up. 5 seconds is quite a margin. Monmouth School clocking 3 minutes 32.72 at the 900 metre mark, lying in third. I haven't yet got, well, King's School Canterbury were lying third at the 400 metre. That's the early marker. You're still sprinting pretty hard at that point. But they've moved into second place at the 900 metre mark with 3 minutes 24.74. Radley College were lying 7th at the first marker, the 400-meter mark, in 1 minute 30.73. They moved up to 5th at the 900-meter mark. So we're well past halfway now, with Radnor House School clocking 5 minutes 36 at the 1400-meter mark, but Leeds were 5 seconds quicker at that marker at 5 minutes 31. Radley College were the last starter. They clocked 3 minutes 33 at the 900-meter mark, placing them 5th. It was an interesting move. Latimer still appear first, but Norwich have moved up from 6th place at 900 metres to 4th place at the 1400-meter mark, 5 minutes 38. Even a second.
Better than
It is Radnor. Radnor House just coming up to the line now. Good pairing, well together, good long strokes. That's them past the line, followed closely by Leeds. Much higher rating, really chasing for the line. And then, well, we've got a nice little tussle between Latimer and Norwich. Yes, Latimer have overtaken Norwich. Nice tidy strokes from Latimer. Very cleverly in, pushing together, and they cross the line now, as do Norwich. Yes, Latimer, that places them first, but they have been basically first all the way down the track, except King's School Canterbury did post the quickest time at the 1400-meter mark, but there was only a second and a half in it. So Latimer have turned that round compared with King's School Canterbury. But we still have other boats to finish yet. Radnor House School now in 3rd place. And across the line then with Monmouth and King's Canterbury now. We've got Radley coming up as the last boat. Radley were 4th at 1400.
Go, boys! All the way!
So King's Canterbury have moved into 1st position, having been 3rd at 400, 2nd at 900. Radley just crossed the line. There was King's School was 2nd at 900, but 1st at 1400 and 1st at the finish. And they had 4-second lead over Latimer at the finish. 2-second lead at 1400. So that second half for King's School Canterbury was pretty impressive. So the unofficial results are King's School Canterbury 1st, Latimer 2nd, Leeds 3rd, in 4th place Radley, in 5th place Monmouth, Radnor House School 6th, and Norwich School Boat Club in 7th. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. You haven't quite come into sight for us yet. Fourth off should be Falcon Boat Club B. That's Oliver Fletcher, stroked by Yusuf Selim. That's boat number 235. Hampton School E, boat number 236. That's Bow Charlie Close, stroked by Jacob O'Loughlin. It's still quite a way down the track. Right, these girls' championship doubles, sorry, boys' championship doubles coming up the course now. Herne Bay, that's the Perry French brothers leading off this time trial inside the last 250 now. Yes, going well. putting well together. Quite a neat rate, 35 strokes a minute. The next crew behind them, Nottingham and Union, are a fair distance back, which may not mean anything depending on what the distance that they started off at the beginning. But again, a good attacking stroke from the Bay boys. 5 or 6 strokes still to go. So the Perry French brothers crossing the line now.
233.
Yes, they were lying in 3rd place at 1400 metres. It'll be interesting to see where they finish. Nottingham and Union, good attacking style for that last 250. Good long strokes. They've just finished, but they were lying 7th at 1400. So it'll be interesting to see where they finish. Hinksey coming up to the line now. A couple more strokes. That is Benjamin Campbell-Reid and his stroke partner Istvan Bessenye. And then a little tussle between Falcon and Hampton School. Falcon moving, have a better boat speed than Hampton. Falcon crossing now. That's Oliver Fletcher and Yusuf Selim. Hampton has Charlie Close and Jacob O'Loughlin. That's boat number 236. They've crossed now.
237 next. I'm so hard here.
Yeah, Hampton have posted the quickest time so far. 7 minutes 09:43. And Hinksey, the second fastest, 7:17.17. 239
following.
Burway just crossed the line. That is Austin Finlayson and the stroke man Nathaniel Dawson. That's boat number 239, followed by Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association B, Curtis Colmy, and the stroke man Jude Richards. Coming up to the line, that's Northwich Rowing Club C, Aaron Benyon and Jack Millington. But a little bit of a gap.
hear you.
So scullers have just crossed the line. That is Luca Boyle and Carlos Garofalin. And we've got a little competition here between Hartbury University, that's Samuel Austin and Riley Horrocks, Riley in the stroke seat, and I believe Warrington over on the far side. Yeah, Warrington now. Yes, Hartbury, they look very tidy, but to me it didn't look competitive enough. And I look at the time and they've come 16th. It's a bit of a shame because the technique was quite good. Coming up to the line now, we've got a Marlow double of Edward Rayner and Oliver Evans. That's boat number 248. And this looks like Enniskillen because it's not Kingston Grammar. Enniskillen, Connor Richardson and Sean Tracy just crossed the line now. And we've got to withdraw Mosey Boat Club. Yes, Kingston Grammar, who started in 17th position, finished in 7 minutes 17.82. That places them 10th. So they'll be in the B final. And that completes the time trial for Championship Boys Doubles. So provisionally, we've got Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association first in 6 minutes 56.81, and just under 2 seconds behind King's School Ely. They were in second, 6 minutes 58.64. Then Norwich School Boat Club A in third, 7.7. Tideway Scullers 4.707, half a second between them. Hampton 7.09 in fifth, and Mosey Boat Club in sixth. So those appear to be the top 6, which would race off in the A final. Again, these are unofficial. Just running further down the list. In 7th, Marlow Rowing Club. In 8th, Hinksey. In 9th, Warrington. Kingston Grammar in 10th. Herne Bay in 11th. And Walbrook in 12th. So those would be the two, the A and the B finals, which would be raced later.
Right.
Particularly staying windy, isn't it?
So down on the start, we have 29 aspiring girls doubles for the time trial. And in fact, Bedford Girls School Rowing Club have just started. The time is 10 minutes past 1, which is the official start time. So Bedford Girls School, Millie Giles and Elizabeth Huckett. Followed by Bryanston School, Ella Olekane and Nicholas. And in the stroke seat, Natalia Johnson. Third off St Paul's School, that's Margot Fagay and Ariana Malik. Dart Totness have just started, and they are crew number 255, Isabel Burridge and Ellie Foles, Ellie in the stroke seat. Liverpool Victoria Rowing Club, that's boat number 256, Grace Myers and Claire McNulty. The Sacred Heart High School, Imogen Aquilina, stroked by Emma Tesh. Cheltenham College Boat Club, Annabelle Kane, Alice Vivian Robinson. That's boat number 259. So they're all proceeding up the course pretty well. Bedford Girls School have already reached the 400 metre mark in 1 minute 43.83 seconds. Bryanston's very closely behind them, 1:44.39. But St Paul's School have currently posted the fastest time for the 400 metre mark. That's 1:40.64, which is a good 3¼ seconds ahead of Bedford. Just leaving the start now. Mossbourne Rowing Academy, Hannah Patterson, stroked by Ruby Wood. Then Star Club, just moving away, that's boat number 261, Willow Tucker, and in the stroke seat, Leslie Gallagher. So Dart Totness, who started 4th, boat number 255, they are currently posting in the first position at the 400 metre mark, 1:39.7, which is just under a second quicker than St Paul's, who were posted first. But then Sacred Heart School, boat number 258, stroked by Emma Tesh with her partner Imogen Aquilina. They posted 1:39.09, so 0.63 quicker than Dart Totness. But then we've got Cheltenham College Boat Club posting 1:36.88 at the 400 metre mark. That's nearly 3 seconds quicker than Sacred Heart. So they're coming through now, past halfway. Star Club, that's boat number 261, have posted a very quick time of 1:35.07 to put them first at that 400 metre mark. That's stroke Lexi Gallagher, and in the bow seat Willow Tucker. Boat number 262 King's School Ely, 1:38.67. That put them 5th at the 400 mark. Yes, it'll be interesting to see how these the boats that started Yes, the later starters have got quicker times.
Yes.
So at 900 meters, Dark Topless was placed first, but they were lying 8th at 400 meters. So we have to wait to see how these other boats are featured as they pass these timing signals. Hartbury currently posted first at 1 minute 32.08 at the 400 meter mark. We've got a lot of boats in this time trial to get through. So conditions really good for sculling and rowing today, and it's a nice warm day, very little wind, just a slight ripple on the surface, but nothing to really worry about. But the crews now, sorry, the doubles now, first double, Bedford, just coming into the red zone, 250 meters to go. And Bedford were placed third at 1400 meters. But as I said a minute ago, these are very early times because there are 29 doubles in this time trial to get through, and anything can happen. So Bedford, that's crew number 251, Millie Giles and Elizabeth Huckett. About 10 strokes to go to the finish line. Tidy sculling well together. Good thrust at the finish. Just the last few strokes have just lifted the rate a little, and they've crossed the line now in 8 minutes 37.59. And the next crew down is Bryanston.
255 now ahead of 254. Yeah, that's because 254 caught a massive crowd.
Bryanston, Ella Olikainen Nicholas and Natalia Johnson. They were 9th at the 1400 meter mark, and they finish in a time of 8:45.44. And just coming up to the line now are St Paul's. St Paul's finishing 8:45. Sorry, Bryanston 8:45, spot 44.
258.
And St Paul's 8:44.89. So, approximately half a second between those two boats. But there are a lot of boats still to come through. Just coming up to line 2, that's Sacred Heart, 258, Imogen, Aquilina and Emma Tesh. And that's over on the far side. Now Bryanston finished 8 minutes 45.44, and coming up to the line now that's Cheltenham College.
260 will need
boat number 259.
Kind of battling it out.
And we've got a nice little tussle, two boats within half a length of each other. You heard that. A couple of feet between each, followed by King's School Ely. King's School Ely, Holly Burke and Mia Gray. That's boat number 262. 265, Hinksey Sculling School. Hinksey, Ellen Grimes and Hannah Ashley Carter, 265. Just crossed the finish line. We've got a bit of a gap. Durham School Boat Club, boat number 267, Sophie Allison and Alice Bradley. About 6 or 7 strokes still to go. Good attacking strokes, nice length. So Durham just coming up to the line now. A few strokes behind them. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Ava Robertson and Dara Wood. Just behind them looks, not sure. Clydesdale, Peterborough. Yes, Peterborough, that's boat number 270. Marlow should have been down next, but either they probably started in the wrong order. So Peterborough clocked time of Peterborough 7:33. So maybe they didn't start in the wrong order. Marlow had just finished, and Marlow finished 12th overall at the moment. Two boats having a little tussle. Yes, 272 crossed before 271. 272 are Newark, Connie Ferrer and Neve Woodham. And 271 Moncton crew, Victoria Brown and Flora Carson. (7-3) coming up to the line, Warrington Rowing Club. That's Olivia Hill and Iflinia Marinos. Crossing now, that's Warrington. Right, few strokes to go for Walton Rowing Club? Yes, Walton. Boat number 274, that's Rebecca Boddington, stroke Charlotte Drew. Coming up to the line now, Walbrook, Isabella Bridge and Helena White. Yeah. Latimer Upper School, boat number 277, Florence Humphrey Weeks, and in the stroke seat, Anthea Lammy. Nice long strokes, steady rate, probably 32, crossing now. They're coming up to the line now. On Elms. That's Pi Apatu and Mary Clausen. Mary in the stroke seat. Now we've got a little tussle between Stratford and Whitcliffe. Crossing the line almost together. So 280, Whitcliffe crossed just before Stratford. Whitcliffe, Maddie Taylor and Megan Edwards in the stroke seat. Stratford, Alice Baines and Amelie Sartan. Kingston Grammar, Alice Cassidy and Effie Dombrowski. That's boat number 281. And the Lee, not far behind them, that's boat number 282. Ariana Ford and Darcy Wynne Jones in the strokes. Okay. One more boat to go, Maidenhead Rowing Club. Dallas Thompson and in the stroke seat, Abby Jones, a couple of strokes to go. And that completes the time trial for Championship Girls Doubles. I will give you the unofficial finish positions. Peterborough City Rowing Club in first, Clare's Court in second, Hartbury third, Newark fourth, and fifth Hinksey, and sixth Star Club. So those would be the A finalists. And then in seventh, the Lee, Whitcliffe 8, Kingston Grammar School 9, Clydesdale 10, King's School 11, and Moncton School 12. That would be the B final.
Okay. Yeah, we're locking off at that.
Well, that's the end of this morning's time trials here at National Schools Regatta. Now, of course, the side-by-side racing recommences at 3 o'clock precisely, but before that, we've got a number of interviews with the main players, both on and off the water here at National Schools. So we'll probably be running those from about 2:45 onwards. So do stay tuned during the lunch break, and we'll hopefully bring you some announcements, but actually before the racing gets underway. But the side-by-side racing, when it really counts, the A finals for the trophies, kicks off again at 3 o'clock.
time passes by as yesterday starts to close. 7:30 morning, rising sun wakes us from our dreams. The nights from last night come undone. Remember the promises of love. The sunlight screams. Sunlight screams. Screams. Sunlight screams. Screams. Sunlight screams. Sunlight screams. Our love hides beneath the sheets. You lose yourself inside my head. I think I know what this could mean. Our love wakes up as sunlight screams. Sunlight screams. Sunlight screams. Hear the sound of moving cars in the crowded street below. Pavement covered in drunken scars, and the trail of broken bottles that led us home. Sunlight don't change a thing. I still love your tender smile. Everything that you bring makes it feel worthwhile. Our love hides beneath the sheets as you lose yourself inside my head. I think I know what this could mean. I think I know what this could mean. Our love hides beneath the sheets as you lose yourself inside my head. I think I know what this could mean. Our love wakes up as sunlight screams.
dragging myself here for the start.
How was your morning? Please tell us it got better.
We had no
Oh, start. not last because he was sorry.
I was last time. I don't want to spoil the tradition.
Outdoor activity. I was in there with some fun, but it was if somebody wants to swap, I'm fine. I'm happy to swap. I think it's teach me to be last. That means to be demanding, I know, but I'll just take it.
girls, can I cycle on that left one?
I assume so, mate. I'm not with the venue itself, so.
Yeah, right. All right,
Any more Haribo in that box? Can I have some?
How are they all?
It just came in a box.
Right, car one is ready to roll. Car one's ready to go. These two. Well, it's on the cover, so it's on this thing here.
all this profanity?
Kelly, I'm coming in so I can give you. I'm coming in before the
We're the rare exception. We were in Lucerne together last week, so which was a nice thing to do, wasn't it? Nice to see you around. Yeah, same. Got let out.
We just
I've still had it every day, even then. Yeah. Technically, one day I stayed one night in the other place and it was Monday, so yeah. That worked, Good luck. That's 2 years. Crazy. Taken out of their hands. And the That's about it. That's about it. That's like, yeah. because of the testing, my test is now on Tuesday night. I've had to pull that backwards to guarantee that I get the result of the flight and it's valid for accreditation. So I'm going to ask to change that venue so I can just get my accreditation straight away. We should probably do the same. Yeah. I did the same because I was like, oh, did you read on the presentation that they said an antigen test might be valid? So I messaged Matt and I was like, oh, can I take an NHS one with me and then just do it on the spot? And he was like, no, it has to be like an official certificated antigen test. So I was like,
Claire McIntosh, you've been an umpire for a good number of years now. What's it like to be back in action at a proper regatta for the first time in so long?
Oh, Robert, it's fantastic. We've got great weather, the crews are doing amazingly well, and from an umpiring perspective, it's fantastic to see all your umpiring colleagues you've not seen for a couple of years.
Now, this is a world famous course, the Olympic rowing lake here at Eton Dorney. 2,000 metres, 6 lanes, but we've got 2 days of racing here at National Schools. How many umpires and officials does it take to cover a venue like this?
So I think we've got about 40 umpires on the rota, but it's not just umpires, there's lots of other people helping out with the timing and helping out with registration, issuing numbers to the crews so that they know what lane they've got to race in. So umpires are one part of a lot of cogs in making it run.
And of course, let's not forget, these are all volunteers, aren't they? Like the umpires, you don't get paid for the important role that you play in helping to run a regatta, do you?
No, and we're all very grateful to everyone else who puts in the time, and there's a couple of people helpers also, who come round with tea and coffee and feed all the other volunteers. They're the most important people at every regatta.
Now, come on then, what does an umpire do? We see you riding along in your launch behind the race. You've got the best view of the racing, haven't you? But what are your duties involved?
So we've got a selection of duties. Fundamentally, we're looking for safe, fair and equal racing so that all crews participating can do so on an equal basis. Umpires have got about several key roles. So starting control commission when the boats are going onto the water. We want to make sure we've got the right boats going onto the water with the right numbers. The boats are safe, they've got bow balls, so if there's any accidents, nobody gets hurt. They've got heel restraints, so if anyone were to fall in, they could get their feet out and not get trapped underwater. If you've got a cox, they've got an appropriate life jacket. So lots of safety checks. Then as the crews go up towards the start, we'll be marshalling to make sure we get the right crews onto the start with the right opposition at the right time for the correct race. We've then got a starter who'll call the crews onto the start, and while the crews are getting attached and then attached, they'll be giving them pertinent race information so the crews know, which is really important, how many other crews they have to beat in order to progress to the next round. We've also got a judge at the start to make sure nobody goes off before the go, and everybody is going to race the same distance to make that fairness. Everyone's going to race a full 2,000 metres. Next one is obviously the umpires and the launches, following the races down. Obviously we've got a buoyed course here. Want the crews to stay in their lanes, not get too close to anyone else, and that's what the person in the launch is watching to make sure there's no interference.
You can tell I'm choking up listening to this vast list of duties that you've just been
And
describing.
then the finish judge. What order they go on the line? And that's the end.
And there was me thinking that you could just ride up and down in the launch and wave your flags a bit and get a decent view of the racing.
So many duties.
Claire, thank you to you and your colleagues for the enormously important role you play in making the National Schools Regatta run like clockwork. So let's look ahead to this afternoon's racing. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully some close racing. Thank you, Robert.
Carol Cornell, Welfare and Safety Officer here at National Schools Regatta 2021. How much of a challenge has it been to ensure that this is a COVID-safe event?
It's been quite a substantial challenge this particular year. What we've had to do is to take the base risk assessment that we would normally apply, and then we've put a COVID layer across that, which means particularly we've had to look at each of the activities, each of the different individuals that are involved, think about how they interact with each other, and then put in place individual risk assessments that we've had to roll together. And clearly, whilst not ideal, we've had to operate behind closed doors.
And how much of a logistic challenge has it been to take those principles and put them in place on what is really an enormous site, isn't it?
It is an enormous site, and the answer to that is that without the buy-in of the schools and the clubs and the coaches, it would be an incredibly difficult thing to do, and they've done a fantastic job. So we've had to focus on putting in a one-way system, and then within each of the zones we have individual one-way systems, and throughout we've tried to minimise the level of interaction, focusing very much on the bubbles. And of course for school children, they're very much used to working within their school bubbles, so it has made it a relatively easy sort of transition for them perhaps, and whereas perhaps for some adults it's a little bit harder, although clearly recently we've all become much more used to operating in a certain quite prescribed manner.
Well, it seems to be working well so far, and you're absolutely right. There has been so much understanding. People realise why things have to be the way they are. So on behalf of everybody out there who is enjoying this fantastic event, thank you and your colleagues for helping to make it the success it's been. Thank you, Carol.
And thank you very much. It's very much a team event, and if without people pulling together, we just wouldn't be able to pull this off. And we're so glad we have been able to offer this as a national event, and that after all these months of COVID, the children and the athletes and the coaches have the opportunity to engage, to practice their skills, and to do what they love, which is to row.
Thank you. Matthew Pinsent, 4 times Olympic champion, you're umpiring here this weekend, but take me back all those years to your very first win here at National Schools.
1986, we would have been in an under-16 J16A crew, and we got one of the coveted medals. In those days it was only gold and silver available, and we won the gold, which was it was a sort of ambition for our crew for that year, just as it is for all these youngsters out here. It was a real marker, a real sort of statement of intent to target all the way through the winter months to come and train. In those days it was at Nottingham, long before this was built, but it was a really formative, emotional and inspirational regatta for me.
And we've got so many parents who are, this may be their first involvement in the schools regatta. They're watching their youngsters race here this afternoon in those same J16 events.
Yeah.
And yet many of them, in years to come, we don't know it yet, but surely they will go on to international glory in the same way as many other athletes that you could name.
I think it's a pretty well-trodden path. I mean, the men's team of my era, so that's sort of late 80s, early 90s, most of us, if not all of us, came through national schools, and increasingly towards the end of my international rowing career, it was the women's team as well. You see the growth in the junior girls events, both at clubs and schools. That then feeds the international system and putting people on podiums. And actually this event and our sort of junior rowing system is sort of the envy of the other rowing nations. They look and how do you have so many juniors all competing, all training, all being coached, all pushing themselves, and that sort of engine fuels a huge amount of talent that goes right the way to the top of the sport in what is a relatively short period of time. I was at national schools in 1988 and on the middle of an Olympic podium 4 years later, and that is not uncommon for the many men and women who've won Olympic gold medals since.
Now, there are many pathways, aren't there? Once these youngsters leave school, you went to Oxford University, you rode in the boat race, but many these days will go to American universities or elsewhere.
Yeah.
How best can parents support those developing athletes as they continue to achieve their ambitions within rowing?
I think the most important thing is to make sure that they're still enjoying it. And I know that that's a sort of trite answer and it's a simplistic answer in some ways, but you've got to find a program and a route forward in any sport the same way that you'd pick your A-levels. You know, it's finding something that you're going to get passionate about, finding something that you're going to be willing to spend hours and hours doing, because if you want to reach the top of your capability, it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of commitment, and you don't want to get 3/4 of the way through that journey and think, I don't love this anymore, or this isn't worth it. That's a sort of a dead end. What you want to do is feel that you get to the next stage in your rowing career. Hopefully it will be at university, because there are some fantastic rowing programs in this country, and you're right to point at some of the American systems. I mean, they are absolutely amazing at what they do, and that sort of sense of crew, that sense of, I mean, collegiate literally, that is a lovely atmosphere to surround yourself in. It's something I really cherished and still to this day do.
Well, we've got the J16A finals in so many events coming up later in this afternoon's programme. So why don't you and I go away and see if we can name the names that might be standing on that podium in a few years' time.
I've already got a short list.
Thank you, Matthew.
Pleasure.
George Hammond, Chairman of the National Schools Regatta, tell me about some of the challenges you've faced in running this year's event.
Well, this year particularly, with having to space the races out through the COVID protocols, it's trying to find enough time for enough races, trying to manage the events and trying to put on as many races for as many people, and in a very limited amount of time, which has been very testing.
Well, the feedback that we've had has been absolutely fantastic, despite the fact that you've had to take the traditional program, which, let's not forget, caters for J14 right up to J18 athletes, and you essentially chop that in half.
Yes.
So we've only got 16, 17, 18-year-olds this weekend, spaced out in the way you describe, and yet people understand the reasons, and the program's going well?
The main reason for doing that is that the J18s particularly missed out last year completely, and being there last year at school, it was paramount that we gave them as much racing as possible. The 15s and 14s have got a few more years, so it really did prioritise the older age group to make sure they had a good end to their career at least, and hopefully carried on in the sport later on.
Now, we've been running this regatta in a vacuum. There's no spectators over on the far side, so no crowds whooping the crews on, which is what the normal atmosphere for national schools. Have there been any benefits of doing it in this particular way?
There have, in a way. Dare I say this, that the parents haven't been getting in the way with crews training, crews preparing for racing. But financially, it's been a disaster for us, absolute disaster.
Okay, we're going to break away from that interview and we join the B final of the J16 second quadruple sculls, and straight down to the course for live commentary.
Well, we've got plenty of time.
500 metres gone. run in this B final of the Kitchen Cup for the girls J16 second quads. And it was a fantastic start for Bedford Girls School. The crew stroked by Amy Cook shot out of the blocks through to 500 metres gone. But it is this fantastic push now as they've settled into their rhythm from Newark Rowing Club. This combination of Maltby, Lyons, Jarvis and Sims have now moved up to half a length ahead of the field. Just behind them, it's then the crew from Sir William Borlase Grammar School, the school celebrating its centenary this year, in fact, in 2021. They're half a length back in second place in this B final currently. It's then a scrap for third between Weybridge Rowing Club, who are just pushing through now ahead of Bedford Girls School to take third and fourth. But a great performance here so far for this Newark quartet. Maisie Maltby setting the rhythm in the stroke seat, and this is the real part of the race now through this centre 1,000 metres that they're lengthening out and trying to drive away from these other two crews. But a good little step up in the gearing there for Weybridge, who are just pushing through in the centre of the course here at Dorney Lake to pull up alongside Sir William Borlase in second position. Their bow ball just creeping through now. The number 2 just starting to press through the Sir William Borlase boys, and they're now a canvas up in second place. They've overtaken Sir William Borlase, pushing them back into third position. After that fast start, Bedford Girls School over in lane number 5, well, they're just dropping back on the pace ever so slightly, about a length and a half of clear water now separating them in last position from these leading 3 boats. But it's all closing up here as we approach the 1,000 metre marker. This halfway point is going to be a really important step for these J16 girls. They'll know that 50% of this race is done, and as we come into that 1,000 metre timing marker, I think the race here is Weybridge is to keep moving with, because they're now stepping on. They've taken one scalp in that they've overtaken the Sir William Borlase combination of Sophia Hurd-Norris, Athena Hall, Veronica Nax and Anne Irving, and they're now trying to move through into first place. And what a fantastic move here, a really mature race plan to step through in that second 500 metres, and they're moving again through the third as their bow ball now hits the front for the first time. It's Weybridge Rowing Club that lead this B final in the girls J16 second quads. Fighting back though, Newark Rowing Club over on the far side from where the commentary car is sat here on the tower side of the lake. They're not going to roll over that easily as they stay with this crew from Weybridge. They're just sitting a canvas down, but it's not moving to any more than that as we come now to the next timing point, which will mark 750 metres to go. This race at the front of the field, you'll see, has created at least a length of clear water back to the Sir William Borlase crew that sit in third, and then another sizable gap back to that initial leading crew from Bedford Girls School. But the race at the front of the field, it's still developing, it's still pushing out here for Weybridge. Luella Davis in the stroke seat's done a great job of keeping it long and levered, and you can just see from our shots here just how long these strokes are, and that's just picking the boat up and moving it even further along now, because it's the 2 gal for Weybridge, Lois Calabrero of Weybridge Rowing Club, that she can see the bow ball now out the right hand corner of her eye of that crew from Newark as they sit out at the front of the field. It's going to be coming into the sprinting stages here for this B final, and it's Weybridge's to lose really, as they now move out to 3/4 of a length ahead. And if we just drop back ever so slightly, we'll be able to see the gap that's developing between these 2 leading crews as we go into the sprint and move towards the line. It's 3/4 of a length still for Weybridge Rowing Club ahead of Newark Rowing Club, it's then Sir William Borlase Grammar School that sit in third position, and way back at the back of the field, Bedford Girls School again. They'd really worked hard on that initial 500 metres, but they just couldn't keep up the pace. And as we pass now Sir William Borlase that sit in third, they're rowing in a little bit of a void here in this B final. and you'll see just how far they've got to come if they want to be up at the front end of this field with 250 metres to go. But there are our leaders, and one length now. What a brilliant race plan this Weybridge crew have had. Luella Davis, Jasmine Finley, Lois Clabero and Grace Armstrong now have broken that elastic band that Newark were trying to cling on to keep themselves in touch, but it's now a clear water gap that you can spy between the stern of Weybridge and the bow ball of Newark Rowing Club. Only 30 odd strokes to go now here for Weybridge Rowing Club to secure this win in the B final of second J16 Girls 4s, and they've sculled this race absolutely excellently. You can just see the leverage that they still have as they start to take the rating up, but a great finish here, still being charged from the far side. Newark Rowing Club getting back into touch. They've started to wind up through the ratings there, that little bit more upright, and as that bow ball now starts to glide its way up the stern of Weybridge, it could be a real last minute surge here for Newark Rowing
sprint
Club.
finish here. It's
They're
Newark.
continuing to move here on the, well,
Newark
very
at the top
dominant.
of your screen having a sprint finish. Weybridge holding on. I'm sat on the finish line. There's about 10 strokes to go, and it is Weybridge hanging on. What a finish. Newark, who led from the start, having a push on the line. It is Weybridge ahead of Newark. In third place, Sir William Borlass's school from Marlow. And coming in fourth position, it's Bedford Girls School Rowing Club A. Borlace there just crossing the finish line now. A brilliant race to start this afternoon side-by-side racing here at National Schools Regatta 2021 as we watch Bedford Girls School Rowing Club A crew crossing the line. Next up, it will be the J16's second fours. Second quads. This is the A final. That's due to kick off at 8 minutes past the hour. And that was the very first race we had this afternoon. So the winner of that, the B final of the J16 second quads, was Weybridge Rowing Club, ahead of Newark, Sir William Borlace and Bedford Girls Rowing Club. And we're looking at the times here. It was Newark that led, and they had a decent lead after the first 500. Then they were clawed back in by Weybridge, and the overall winners there of that race were Weybridge Rowing Club in a time of 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Newark 8:26. Sir William Borlace is 8:45, and Bedford Girls just over 9 minutes. So we are looking at now the start of the second of the finals this afternoon in this group of J16 races. The J16 final A of the second quads, Tideway Scullers School. At the top of your screen, lane 1, lane 2 is Marlow, 3 Henley, 4 Headington, 5 Kingston Rowing Club, and in lane number 6 it will be Nottingham. So Tideway, Marlow, Henley, Headington, Kingston, Nottingham. Fastest crews after this morning's times trial will go in the middle lanes. That will be Henley and Headington. So this promises to be a cracker. And they are underway. And let's go down to the start and pick up live commentary.
And then just say, oh, that's it, kind of thing. So.
They've gone through 250 meters, and it is
so you're joining us with Henley, a length ahead of the field, having gone through the 300 meter mark. You'll only be able to see 5 crews on the water, and the reason for that is that Tideway Scullers School, who are in lane 2, which would be right at the top of your picture, stopped for reasons that I couldn't actually tell at about 200 meters, and they've been dropped by the rest of the field by about 3 or 4 lengths of open water. So this is the J16 second quad sculls girls A final, and the early running is being done by Henley Rowing Club, who led the time trial from the first marker point all the way through to the finish. So you'd expect them to put in a fairly strong showing. So the lanes in this, it should be Tideway Scullers at the top of your picture, but in fact you can see Marlow Rowing Club there in lane 3. Henley Rowing Club is the crew that has about half a length of open water in lane 4. Headington School is in lane 5. In 3rd place as we speak, Kingston Rowing Club are in lane 6, and nearest the camera you can just see the bow ball poking into shot is Nottingham and Union. But Henley Rowing Club have set down the early marker. They were, as I said, they were the fastest crew in the time trial this morning by 3 seconds over Headington, but Headington did lead them in that time trial to the first marker point, so I would imagine that Headington will be a little bit disappointed with the position that they find themselves in at the moment, which is in 3rd place and in the hunt at least for a medal, but not really looking as if they're going to make any kind of marker on Henley, who are currently rowing away from the field. I would say that they are probably, what's that, 3/4 of a length of open water, I would think, between them and Marlow in 2nd place. They've been through the 750 metre mark. They're heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. And Henley, this quad, looking extremely comfortable. Henley Rowing Club are stroked by Yasmin Lakatos. She's setting a comfortable rhythm, and behind her it is lengthening out this field. Marlow are still in 2nd place, about half a length ahead of Headington, who in turn have half a length before Kingston, who are fighting it out with Notts and Union. Tideway Scullers gamely trying to make up ground, but they lost so much ground when they stopped that unfortunately they put themselves right out of the running. This is really a race for the silver medal, and it's a race between Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3 at the top of your picture there, and Headington School in lane 5. Marlow have led Headington all the way through, but Headington are starting to make a move now, and I think are likely to come through them over the course of literally the next few strokes. They've obviously put in quite a push as we went through 1,000 metres. Their 3rd 500 metre time in the time trial was 1:59.50, so they were pretty quick in comparison with what they'd done in the first half of the time trial, and so their second half of the race is stronger. They're moving through Marlow, but Marlow are matching them stroke for stroke. Neither of them is going to make any impression on Henley, who are looking dead set to win. They've gone through the 1,250 metre mark looking extremely comfortable. They're just taking a little bit of water every stroke, and now have about a length and a half, I would say, possibly even 2 lengths, a little bit difficult to tell from this angle, of open water over these two crews battling it out for 2nd place. But it's a great race here for 2nd place between Headington School, stroked by Lucy Gardner, Anna McVeigh behind her, Beatrice Swanton and Jessica Duxbury. They're the ones nearer to your camera, and Marlow Rowing Club at the top of your picture, Melissa Hing, backed up by Alicia Ramsam, Claudia Kerry-Roger and Mia Lawrence. Marlow have made a move, I think, over the course of the last 10 strokes or so. While I've been reading through that crew list, they've moved out to about a canvas lead over Headington as the two of them battle it out for the silver medal position. Henley are going through the 1500 metre marker. They've got, 50 strokes left to claim the gold medal in this J16 second quad 4 girls final. They're going to do it in some style with plenty of open water between them and Marlow, who have moved on Headington. Headington have by no means given up. It's pretty tight between them. Big push coming in from Headington here. There are perhaps 30-35 strokes left between the two of them, and they're going absolutely stroke for stroke. I can't quite tell from the angle that I'm at whether Marlow have got still a small advantage, but yeah, it's about a canvas advantage, I think, as they come past us now. Perhaps slightly more. Marlow looking the stronger crew, but their blade work isn't as tidy as it might be. Very, very tired at this point in the race, and Headington are finding the water more easily than Marlow. 250 metres they're going through now, 250 metres left. Marlow with a half-length advantage as they look for the silver medal position. Headington still pushing on. They finished in 1:58 their last 500 metres in the time trial. Marlow finished their time trial in 1:57. So in theory, Marlow have got a stronger finish than Headington have, and that looks to be playing out here. They've moved out to maybe 2/3 of a length advantage over Headington as they compete for the silver medal. Henley still 2 lengths of open water clear of the rest of the field. Marlow look like they're going to get second place. Headington look like they're going to get third, and then it's Nottingham and Union in fourth, Kingston Rowing Club in fifth, and gamely rowing it out, having had a disaster at the start.
And there are the first across the line, Henley Rowing Club. They're followed by Marlow, and they had a really good scrap there with Headington. Headington in third, and then it was Nottingham and Union. And then we see Kingston Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers, not sure what happened there at the start. They managed to get to about 200 metres, and then their race came to an abrupt end. But it was Henley in a time of 7 minutes and 53 seconds ahead of Marlow, and then Headington School in third. Nottingham Union finished in fourth place, Kingston Rowing Club, and then Tideway Scullers School. That was the J16 second quads girls final A. Next up for you, we have the J16 second quad boys final A.
So a really great race at the front of the field here in this A final of the boys J16 second quadruple sculls. We've had an absolutely electric start from both Marlow and Sir William Borlase, and these two crews first and second in the time trial. It was Sir William Borlase that set the fastest time by a whopping 13 seconds into this A final, but Marlow have come out here all guns blazing. Samuel Long in the stroke seat for Marlow took them out at 32 strokes a minute through that second 500 to build a really nice rhythm into this slight cross headwind. But as we hit the halfway, it is going to be the bow balls of Sir William Borlase that come to the fore by about a canvas. Sir William Borlase, of course, a lot of pedigree in this event, both at sort of junior 18 level, and this will be the next generation coming through for Sir William Borlase, obviously winners of the Fawley at Henley Royal in 2012, 14 and 15, and these J16s here will want to be in the mix for that group as they progress through to the senior squad, and they now lead by half a length in this second quads event in gold medal position, and now stretching out even further to 3/4 of a length ahead of early leaders Marlow. These two crews are oceans of clear water. They must be 6-7 lengths ahead of the bronze medal position that's currently being held by Windsor Boys School. Windsor Boys, another school with a lot of pedigree in this event, but they are really quite some way back in the charge for the bronze medal. They sit ahead currently of a great level race between King's College School and King's Chester, and then out the back in 6th position, Magdalen College School Boat Club. But out here we're back riding with the first two crews, the gold and silver in this A final of the boys J16 second quads, and it's now clear water through this third 500 metres for this sensational combination from Sir William Borlase. Alex Coe, Tassilo Issa, Edward Riley and Alex Stevens have really turned the screw here in this third 500, and as they approach 500 metres to go, they just keep on stepping on, and as they move away from Marlow with every single stroke, I think it is fairly nailed on to say that this crew will be taking the win in this A final. It's still Marlow that sit in silver medal position. This boat had a really great start and challenged that crew from Sir William Borlase that had that remarkable win in the time trial, but I think very gutsy to try and do that with such a gap between these two crews in this morning's processional race. And I think the fight for the bronze still going on towards the back end of this race, and if we're riding currently with Marlow, you can see them on your screen there. They sit in silver. I can update you on the bronze medal. It's currently now being fought out between Windsor Boys and King's College School still. But we must show you this really impressive finish here, 250 metres to go, and this has been a really stunning race here for this crew from Sir William Borlase. They're now up at 33 strokes a minute, not being challenged by anyone else on the water here at Dorney Lake, and they can just use the opportunity of the nice still water, the sun beating down as they take the rating up and up. They certainly aren't letting the fact that there's no crews here to challenge them take away from their sprint. They're now at 38 strokes a minute with at least 4 lengths of clear water ahead of Silver Marlow Rowing Club. And then again, another 10 lengths of clear water back to the really good bronze medal fight going on between Windsor Boys and King's College. We'll bring you the update on that in just a second. But there are that extremely dominating crew from Sir William Borlase Grammar School.
And Sir William Borlase crossed the line there in first place, ahead of, we're just looking across at the finish line now, and it is Marlow. Now those two crews some way ahead of the race for bronze, which sees Windsor Boys holding off the challenge of King's College School. Windsor Boys having a bit of a sprint, all the boys in the boat looking absolutely everywhere apart from directly ahead of them, and there they go. They are, well done lads. So they've crossed there. That's a bronze. King's College School in fourth. King's School's Chester across the line, and at the back of the field it's Magdalen College School Boat Club. That was the first medals of the afternoon for the final of J16 second quads for boys. The J16 second eights for boys down at the start. This is an A final, eights with some of the top schools in the country, their second eights, and let's have a little look down at the start and see what's occurring there in lane 2. It's Abingdon School. Royal Shrewsbury will be in lane 3, Eton in lane 4, Radley in lane 5, Westminster School in lane 6, Hampton School in lane 7, and Latimer Upper School in lane 8. As you're looking on the screen, we're not using lane 1 here, so at the top of the screen it will be Abingdon, Royal Shrewsbury, Eton College, Radley, Westminster, Hampton, Latimer Upper. Just like the good old days, eh? We're back here. All the names of those schools, absolutely fabulous to see us racing once again, and congratulations to all of the committee for putting on this event. Safe, And they organise the weather as well. Absolutely fantastic. And there's a shot there of the lake. The venue, of course, for the 2012 Olympics. And back then, when there were crowds, you could hear the roar at the start. And the British, I'm getting all nostalgic here. But it was absolutely fabulous. And it's fabulous to see these young people racing after probably what's been a couple of years off. So they're going to get themselves settled and aligned for this race 217. This is the J16 second eights for boys. And it's a final. And Jonathan Hill has informed me there will be medals. And they are presented, I understand, COVID friendly. So the guys get out their boats, put their boats away, and then they go to a table and collect them. So no dignitaries hanging anything around your neck this time. It's a question of do it yourself. But it's truly fabulous to be back here racing. We hope you're enjoying the commentary and the pictures, and our production crew down somewhere in Wiltshire, I believe, doing a fabulous job bringing all of this home to you. Hopefully next year we'll see you all here. Meantime, we're bringing it to you, and as we see the boats just getting themselves lined up and settled for the start of the race. It was due to kick off at 15:32. My computer's decided to log off once again, but it's about that time, I believe. Yeah, we are a few minutes away. And you can see here the technique of getting your eights. So a lot of these young guys would have started off in octuples and then progressing to sweep. And for some of them, I suppose it's their first big event at side-by-side racing in eights. Their last time, certainly in a big event like this, these guys would have probably been in octopools. So the roll call once again for you, it's Abingdon at the top of the screen, then it to the left of your screen as you're looking at it here, it'll be Abingdon School, Royal Shrewsbury, Eton College, Radley, Westminster, Hampton and Latimer Upper. Our commentary cars following these races, Camilla Hadland and Mark Davis, your commentary for these side-by-side races, finals this afternoon. And we're looking here at, that looks like Hampton just getting themselves settled there. And I think we're about ready to go down and join our commentators down at the start. Right, we're going to just once again tell you the runners and riders for this race, which is the J16 second eights for boys final A. Abingdon School, they will be on the left of your screen. Royal Shrewsbury, Then Eton College Boat Club, E, Radley College Boat Club, E, Westminster School Boat Club, Hampton School and Latimer Upper. These are the crews just now lining up at the start. What will happen here, there will be an aligner at the side of the lake, and he will give instructions as to how the crews maneuver up and down to make sure that all of their bow balls are directly in line. Once that's done, he will signal to the starter, and the starter would have done a roll call and hopefully set them off all together and on time. And if you've never been down and witnessed live the start of any eights, in the absolutely any eights, it's just pure power, energy, plenty of splashing, normally lots of noise from the smallest guys out there in the or girls in the coxes seat. It is truly a wonderful, wonderful thing to watch, the start of any eights race. So they're just getting themselves lined up. And they are off. Very quickly lined up, very quickly given the go, and you can see the power there as they steam away from the start. Umpire launch tucks in behind, make sure they are all behaving, and there's a fantastic shot there of what to me it looks like probably Radley that have got their boat ahead, but they'll sprint off the start now, and then they'll try and settle into some sort of race rhythm. Camera angle here maybe a little bit deceptive. There we go. You can see there that that's Radley, and at the bottom of the screen there looks to me like Hampton. I don't know what we've done with Latimer Upper, but they're Westminster just above Hampton as we look up. So probably Royal Shrewsbury in second position. Not much to choose in third between the boat in the middle, which is Eton. So Eton, Hampton and Abingdon all pretty even for third place, but at the top of this, well, out in front, it's Radley, set in a really nice little 500 meters in. So they've had a decent start, settling down, and bit of a race going on now for the what will be the silver medal. You can just about see that it's still Royal Shrewsbury hanging on, but they're beginning to be caught. Now, this is where we ask, have Radley gone maybe a little bit too soon?
Well, the story in this A final of the boys J16 second eights has been all about Radley College. This has been just such a display of form from the crew that won the time trial by no less than 12 seconds, and as they go through 750 metres gone, you could fit another 8 in between the stern of Radley College and the rest of the field, and my word, that race for silver and bronze could really go to anyone at this point, but it's Radley that will row away into the distance towards halfway as we catch up with the rest of the field, and it's the crew that was second from today's time trial that just about get the edge as they go through that buoy line. It's Eton College, the holders of this event, and the very aptly named Eton Vikings Trophy for boys J16 second eights, but really nothing much to separate them at all, just a few centimetres as Shrewsbury start to charge on the far side. You can just see the white of the bow ball of Shrewsbury School that sit on the far side of Eton, those two crews there in the centre of your picture, and they move towards silver and bronze. Shrewsbury just look to be the faster moving crew crew at this point in time. They're down at a slightly lower rating of striking as they come through halfway, 33 strokes a minute to Eton's 34. But Eton have seen the challenge, they've seen that threat for the silver medal being taken away from them, and they've moved back out to a canvas ahead of Shrewsbury into silver, Shrewsbury and bronze. But we can't forget the challenges coming from the near side of the lake either. We must not write off the likes of Westminster School, who again only a few millimetres back on Shrewsbury and could end up on the podium as we head towards 750 metres to go. It's then Hampton School, half a length back alongside, over on the far side of the lake, Abingdon School. This, of course, a collapsed A final. Here, no B final in this event, but as we move now towards 750 metres gone, you can't even see our leaders, Radley College, as they just row away here. They're down at 32 strokes a minute. The length here coming from this Radley crew. The stroke man, Laurie van der Griff, in the stroke seats, taking them down this course, getting his hands around the pin. You can't even see them out in front, but this race for second, my word, this is a great little sprint here coming from the near side Westminster School as they move through Eton, they move through Shrewsbury into silver medal position. You can just see Radley there entering the last 500 metres. I think we'll leave them to get on with it. The gold medal almost definitely secure and sat with them. But that was a really great little punch from Westminster. They now go through 500 metres to go in the silver medal position. Westminster School here just wanting to take the edge off Eton. They've pushed Eton back into bronze medal position. They've pushed Shrewsbury, who had that great second 500, off the podium. Do Eton have anything left at all to throw at Westminster? But Westminster looking great as they let the boat come towards them. They just float up the slide, and with every single stroke they've upped the rating, and they now sit half a length ahead of Eton College, the current holders of this event from 2019. It's going to be 37 strokes a minute now for Westminster as they move more firmly into silver medal position behind the absolutely relentless Radley up in gold. Eton looking more secure for bronze medal ahead of Shrewsbury. They've shaken off that little challenge, and as we come through into the red buoy, signifying 250 metres to go, I must say we've got to put our hands together for this incredibly dominant Radley College crew. They've shot out off the blocks. They've not been challenged at all throughout this race. And I think if there was any word for it, it is purely just domination here from the crew of Lachlan Gordon, Laurie van der Griff, Sebastian Codet, Charlie Marriott, Hector Copcutt, Edward Hamilton, Barnaby Houston, George Bell and Arthur Davey Thornhill, as they are five.
Radley crossed the line and they finish a good 10-12 seconds ahead of. Fantastic race for the silver and bronze, with Westminster seeing off the challenge. Westminster cross for the silver. Bronze is Eton. Royal Shrewsbury have put up a cracking fight. They just crossed the line now in fourth position. Hampton nearest to us, and at the top of the screen it's Abingdon. Cracking race that. That was the J16 second 8 with Radley really leading from the start, and congratulations to Radley. Westminster and Eton make up the rest of the medal positions. So that time by Radley, 6:46, is a very, very decent time for a second 8 at J16. And there you have it, the winners, Radley College Boat Club, their second 8 at J16s. It's the girls next, their final A. 15 second 8s. The girls, they'll be getting ready fairly shortly down at the start. And yes, indeed, there we have it, the 3 boats there. St Paul's On the left of your screen, St Paul's Girls School Boat Club, Wimbledon High School, and to the right of the screen it is Surbiton High School Boat Club, and they're off. And they're underway here. Good clean start. If anything, I'd say Surbiton just drifting in their lane, but plenty of effort going on. In the middle, it is Wimbledon High School Boat Club. They look to maybe have just a slight lead over Surbiton. Now it's that bit they call transition. After a frantic start, just to settle down into a decent race pace, so they go through the 250-metre mark, and not too much in it. Maybe, I don't know, canvas to Wimbledon ahead of Surbiton, and St Paul's Girls just don't really want to get left behind at this stage. But yeah, really decent fight here up front, and let's pick up commentary for this, the J16
So we have a race on the river. It's race 218F, the second 8A final for the City of London Cup. And this one, it particularly is an all-London final, currently being led by Wimbledon High School with about a canvas lead over Surbiton, with St Paul Girls School, currently in third place. Wimbledon and Surbiton currently dueling it out. Wimbledon's just made a move, and they're doing very well to increase their lead and now have 2 seats over Surbiton. Both teams are currently rating pretty decently high, but at the moment Wimbledon is making it just that bit cleaner. Got a bit cleaner, and they're continuing to increase their lead from 3 to 4 seats depending on the surge. Both crews currently have open water by a few lengths over St Paul's Girls School, so this looks all ready to be shaping up for a tight race between Wimbledon and Surbiton. There's no time trial for this race because it was a straight final due to only the 3 entries, but Wimbledon continues to just move it out and keep increasing their lead over Surbiton High School, currently leading by 7 seats, and just continuing to row strong and very long strokes from Wimbledon High School. So at the 750-metre mark, it's Wimbledon High School currently over Surbiton by 3/4 of a boat length, and then open water by 3 lengths over St Paul's Girls School in the second 8A final of the City of London Cup. Wimbledon High School continuing to stroke long, looking very strong, but starting to tire ever so slightly as they move into the halfway mark of the race. This has enabled Surbiton, who were about to have open water on them by Wimbledon, to actually start to catch back up and maintain just the slightest overlap. However, Wimbledon have recovered and are looking for a very clean stroke yet again, and are now slightly open water over Surbiton. Surbiton are not out of it yet, though. They are completely throwing down, and they've tightened up their stroke rating as well. They are looking very clean at the moment. Wimbledon continue to make a move. They're rating about 2 pips higher and are continuing to pull away at about the 1100 mark. It is open water, and their move is continuing to work. St Paul's Girls School, unfortunately, continue to be losing ground. They'll be completely out of the shot at the moment, but they are there. They are still going for it. Wimbledon continuing to pull along, However, they've been unable to increase their lead any further as we come into the 1250. And Surbiton are continuing to hang in there, keeping contact, and see if they can push further. Wimbledon continuing to look very strong and very relaxed. They've recovered from some mild earlier bobbles. Whereas they looked briefly tired before, they've regained their composure and are back. Surbiton, however, are just not giving up. They are hanging right in there, continuing to make the push, and they're continuing to maintain contact with Wimbledon all the way through. They're not letting them get away. Wimbledon continuing to rate higher than Surbiton. And as we come into the last 500 of the strokes, at the moment, it's with all to play for. Wimbledon High School continue to maintain and have now just increased slightly their open water lead over Surbiton High School. Surbiton need to really lay it down now, or else they're just going to have it get away from them. They've maintained contact all this way. They're still rowing strong. Wimbledon have come down and actually relaxed a little bit, but do look as though they're slightly starting to tire from the higher ratings. Now is Surbiton's chance, but Surbiton needs to take advantage of that. But as we continue, we're rapidly coming up on the 1750 with about 35 strokes to go. It's Wimbledon High School with a slight open water lead over Surbiton. St. Paul's School well in third. And as we come in to the last 250, Wimbledon High School continuing to lead, regain their composure, continuing to lead nice and strongly. Surbiton High School continuing to chase. They've closed water just a little bit on Wimbledon. But in the interim, Wimbledon are continuing to eke it out. They're still looking strong as they're in the red buoys now. With less than 250 to go, at 20 strokes, Wimbledon, it looks like Wimbledon are going to have it over Surbiton High School. Surbiton have given a good chase this whole time, and they've maintained the contact. They've never let them get fully out of reach. However, with 15 strokes to go, it's Wimbledon High School going into the final stretch. Surbiton continuing to maintain contact, continuing to maintain their rate of striking. And as we come into the final strokes, it's Wimbledon High School in the girls' second 8A final for the City of London Cup.
We have the J16 girls quadruple sculls. This is the B final, Weybridge Molesey Boat Club, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, Enniskillen Sir William Ball Ace, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club at the bottom of the screen. So this is race number 219, and looking at it here, that's pretty even stuff, I would say. Molesey, I was listening into the time trial earlier today. Molesey put in a very decent shift in that, but it's always very difficult that in the time trial. Depends who you're chasing, who you're not chasing. It's an indicator. Side by side, that's a proper race, and this is a proper race with Molesey Boat Club probably about half a length. Weybridge nearest to them, they are at the top of your screen there, about a quarter of a length. That guy with the red dots really getting on my nerves. Can we move him? It's a bloke, is it? Yeah. There we go. And nearest to us, Enniskillen. They're having a push, and they in fact are being pushed along by Swilliam Ball Race. Always good crews produced by Swilliam Ball Races Grammar School down there in Marlow. Always very competitive. So they will be pushing halfway through. 1,000 metres gone, and here we are sat at the finish, and you think, by gum, that is a long way. So they're halfway. And this Skillin are in... Are they? No, they're not. So somebody's interrupting me here. Weybridge at the top, Molesey Boat Club, Wycliffe, Enniskillen, Swilliam Ball Ace, and Nottingham and Union. Nearest to us at the bottom of the screen, it is Ball Ace. Just above them, it is Enniskillen. Enniskillen having a bit of a push, try and get back on terms to Molesey. The gap there for the lane is Wycliffe, who look like they've been dropped. At the top of the screen, it's Weybridge. At the moment, it's these three crews scrapping it out for 1250 meter mark. It's still Molesey ahead of Weybridge, and then Enniskillen. Enniskillen are nearest to
quads
us.
with the race well advanced, and what a fascinating story it's been so far, because Molesey have led this 6-boat B final virtually from the outset, completely turning around the result from this morning's time trial when Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club were the fastest of these 6 quads on the water. But all credit to Wycliffe, they were back in the field, they've been eating their way through the tail enders. We saw a very good start by Nottingham and Union, that's at the bottom of your picture, but as you can see, they've dropped right out through the first 1,000. They were well up in contention, but then they completely ran out of steam and are almost the complete tail enders, with only Sir William Borlase behind them in 6th position. But a little trio of crews at the top of your picture with 500 to go. Weybridge are right up there, vying with Molesey. Just 1.3 seconds separated these two quads in this morning's time trial. And just look at Wycliffe with their purple blades. Slow and steady wins the race, said somebody way back. And that's certainly true of Wycliffe. Not the fastest starters, but they have just got stuck in there, driven on by their stroke athlete Ella Fullman, backed up by Yasmin Howe, Catherine Burton and Jessica Hunt. And finally, at this incredibly late stage, 300 metres to go, they have drawn level with Molesey, who have had the advantage throughout the first 3 quarters of this race. Lucy Clemenson for the Molesey crew, driving her crew along, currently at 35 strokes a minute. Now, have they got any response to the Wycliffe challenge? It is absolutely neck and neck between these two crews as we enter the red buoy zone that marks the final 250 metres on the lake here at Eton Dorney. Well, Wycliffe, no notable change in their rate. They're down at 34, in fact, but Molesey have kicked in. They've taken it up a couple of pips, and Molesey go through and have regained the lead, half a canvas ahead of Wycliffe. Weybridge, they're still up there in there with a mix. This is fantastic stuff. 7 seconds separated these two crews in this morning's time trial, but as I said on that occasion, the side-by-side racing is a completely different kettle of fish from time trials. When you're rowing in a vacuum, you've got no real idea about what the crews in front and behind you are doing, nothing to relate your race pace to. Completely different to side-by-side. We're coming down to the line though, and Molesey leading the way by just under a canvas.
What a cracking finish. Well done, those 3 crews. Weybridge, Molesey Boat Club and Wycliffe even. But I think they probably did just get up on the line there. What a truly wonderful race. So we'll probably have to wait for the official verdict, like the old days, somebody waving a white flag and somebody agreeing with them, etc., etc. But on the line, super race that. Really, really good finish. Congratulations to the crews. So we're looking here at the results on the screen. Problem is they don't give us any names. So we got the times. 7:44. That's a really, really decent time there for the J16 girls quads. That was the B final. We'll have to get back to you confirming the official score there. We've only got some preliminary timings. No, we're guessing there, I suppose, boys and girls. I think Robert called it, but he was slightly behind the finish line. Robert's never behind the curve. He was just behind the finish line on that occasion. And we're sat on the finish line. And to be honest with you, it was very, very close to call. I'm looking. Well, Wycliffe won. Congratulations to them. So presumably Molesey second, and Weybridge in third. Okay. Yeah, wow. 0.3 and 0.5 of the second. So I don't know if you boys and girls are following this or you parents are following it at home, but there is a tracker here giving the score. So really, really close. I mean, look at how the lead changed backwards and forwards. Molesey must have thought they had that in the bag and they were just pipped on the line. There you are, the winner. Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, the J16 quad. That was the B final. We're very much looking forward to the A final, which is at the 1,000-metre mark. It's Headington, Henley, Marlow, Kingston Grammar School, Tideway Scullers, and George Watson's. In that order, let's see if we can pick up down the course, race 220. Oh no, they're actually on the start. So a bit of duff information there. Hold on. Yeah, it's Headington, Henley, Marlow, Kingston Grammar, Tideway Scullers School, and George Watson's. There we are. That was the start. Now they're, yep, you're absolutely right. They're at 1,500 metres. Let's go over commentary.
All right, and as we pick up here from the J16 Girls Quad A final of the Thames and Folly Cup, currently in the lead is Marlow Rowing Club by about half a length over Headington School, with Henley Rowing Club currently in third place, but it's tight. There's overlap between all three crews and Kingston Grammar in fourth. So there is a very tight race. Currently Marlow ahead by about 3/4 of a length. But the fight for second and third is absolutely on between Henley, Kingston, and Headington School. So at the moment, Headington and Henley are almost neck and neck. There's about 2 feet in it, and Henley is absolutely putting on a push, trying to catch Headington School. Headington School not quite letting them get away, but Henley definitely pushing to see what's going forward. Marlow continuing to lead. 250 meters to go. We're now into the red boys. So with 250 to go, Marlow is currently in the lead by not quite open water, but Henley and Headington duking it out for second and third. Kingston Grammar not trying to fall too far behind. And at the moment, based on the angle that I have, Headington School are just slightly increasing their lead to a canvas over Henley Rowing Club. But right, Kingston Grammar continuing to push as well, making a big move as well.
And it's Marlow with the last half a dozen strokes to go. Marlow hanging on the second and third positions here. Oh, it's very, very close indeed between Henley. Have Henley got up on the line? I don't know. Could be Headington on the nod, as they say. It was on the surge. Henley are still racing. I don't know if they've done... That was hugely exciting there. Matty Gordon looking across. What would you think?
Very close.
Very close. Marlow, you'd say, definitely. Marlow won it. Back down to the start. Okay, as we wait for commentary, the next race up is the J16 boys final B, Clares Court, Henley Rowing Club B, Nottingham and Union, Trentham, Enniskillen, Teen Keen Sculling School will be at the bottom of your screen nearest to us. So we're just to the right of the screen there. You can see the boats moving away, and looks like a cracking race, doesn't it, from that shot? We can't, I'd say the little dot on the left is leading. How's that going? That's Enniscorn. There we go. That's my prediction. So we're 500 meters in, and it looks like Notts, Union and Trentham second, and Enniskillen third. That's how good we are. We can predict it without even seeing it. How good is that? Actually, we've got some timings coming up here that are giving us a clue. We're just waiting for our commentary car to get into position, and they will pick up the commentary. And yes, indeed, there is the car, and there's live commentary of this race coming up right now.
Well, we're already well established in this B final of the J16 boys quadruple sculls, and as you heard from Martin, Nottingham and Union way out in front by some 3/4 of a length here as we approach the halfway mark. Nottingham and Union there in the centre of your picture in the black and red strip. They were the fastest of these 6 in this morning's time trial, and they are well clear of the field. The best of the rest, well, that's Enniskillen, the visitors from Ireland there on the bottom of your picture in the stripy tops, the black, red and gold, and they are being challenged for second position by the crew on the far side of Nottingham and Union. That's Henley Rowing Club with the yellow-hulled boat and the dark blue blades. Henley there, Conor O'Shea, James Alex Girling, Sam Pratt and Matthew Provost. But Nottingham and Union are still sitting on that advantage. Now, the halfway mark, always a critical phase, because the crew that's in the lead wants to capitalise on their advantage. The crews that are trailing want to change gear and challenge the leaders. And what we're getting now, yes, Henley have pulled past Enniskillen. And so that battle for second place currently being won by the more local crew, forging their way through in the centre. Well, Trentham keen to be in the mix here. Trentham, the lineup that was only 1 second off the fast time that was set by Nottingham and Union, really right there in the centre, and could be in the mix for a leading position as this B final approaches the closing stages. We're 1,300 metres out. Well, the tail enders, as you can see right at the top left of your picture, Clare's Court School out of contention, and Team Keen Sculling School at the out to the left-hand side of your picture. Team Keen, a club that started as an indoor rowing club, but as they became more and more proficient, several of their members wanted to try the real thing, and they've been quite regular contenders at various events over the last several seasons. But on this particular occasion, in the J16 boys quadruple sculls, out of contention. We're inside the final quarter, and Nottingham and Union maintain their leading position. But all credit to Henley. Matthew Provost from the stroke of the Henley crew has taken them up a bit, because they know that they've got a little while left. It could still be done, but Nottingham and Union have stepped out the finishes. Very crisp there, that well-drilled J16 quad. They're currently rating 35 strokes a minute, and they have seen off that blip of a Henley challenge. Still the overlap between these two crews, just under a canvas there, but still onward come Henley. But just look at this. What about Nottingham? What about Trentham there? They are trying to push on through. They've overhauled Enniskillen for the first time in this race. Now we're inside the danger zone. This is where we see the alarm bells ringing, and just look at that. Henley really go for it. They've got an overlap of a third of a length. A little bit of desperation creeping into the leading Nottingham crew. Now this could be a major turnaround, couldn't it? Because there was 3 seconds between these quads in this morning's time trial. It's Nottingham and Union that lead the way to the line.
And in fact, as they're coming up, it's the Henley boys. I don't know what's happened there. They look like they almost stopped, but they were in the fight. And now they're not quite there, as it's Nottingham and Union. And I love the way these boys look over their shoulder. Where is the line? Where is the line? Here it is, boys. Nottingham and Union, Henley, Trentham, Enniskillen, and with the hats at the top of the screen, it is Clare's Court. And finally, Team Keen with the high vis crossing the line. There we have it. That was the J16 quadruple sculls final B, final A of the J16. Odds for boys due to start at about 5 minutes time. So this will be Marlow Rowing Club, Kingston Rowing Club, Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club, King's College School Boat Club, Sir William Borlase Grammar School, and Walton. That kicks off at 4:15. My phone's going a bit bonkers here, so people are watching and appear to be enjoying it. A few shout outs to some of the guys. Thank you very much for your kind messages. And yes, it is a beautiful day here at Dorney, and no, the bar is not open. So it's very, very well organised, I have to say. Very, very safe. Everybody keeping their distance, and it is beautifully calm. And as you can see, it's absolutely perfect conditions. Marlow Rowing Club on the left of your screen there. Then it's Kingston, Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club, King's College School, Sir William Borlase, and Walton on the right. So a few minutes to go before this race starts. I think this will be my last race before I hand you over to Jonathan and the commentators in the camera cars changing position, but it's been absolutely wonderful to be back. Thank you to everyone involved. Thanks to you blokes down in Wiltshire. Bath, is it, or wherever you are? It's fantastic. But yeah, we'll catch up soon. Thank you so much, you fellas, for producing these fantastic images. We even had one comment saying, it's better coverage than the boat race. How good is that? Eh? How good is that? Right. Let's have a good race here. So this final of the J16 quads. Marlow Rowing Club, Kingston Rowing Club, Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club, King's College School Boat Club, Sir William Borlase, and then Walton. After this, we carry on with the 16s, and it's the 8s. And the one of the headmasters here, Jonathan Hill, will be taking over commentary for those races, which sees us through to just about 20 to 6 when the regatta comes to a close. Brilliant to see these guys racing and competing. Some fantastically close races and just really good, honest competition. And do you know what? I think people actually do respect each other and the opportunity to race after what has been a pretty tough time for everyone, particularly these youngsters. And they're off. Marlow, Kingston Rowing Club, Hereford Cathedral School, King's College Schools, William Borlase and Walton. After the time trials, the faster crews qualified for the centre lanes, and the early showing looks like Hereford Cathedral School. They're ahead, not by much, probably about a canvas. All importantly, having raced off the start, they now need to just temper it, get into a nice race pace. And the camera shot there, that's Sir William Borlace, and it's over to the camera car after 250.
So currently we have Hereford Cathedral School leading in first place by about half a length, with the rest of it really tight, with full overlap between Marlow, Kingston, King's College, Borlace, and Walton. At the moment, it would be Kingston and Borlace with a slight edge, but everybody at the moment is in it to win it, although Hereford Cathedral School continues to lead out and is continues to lead out for 3/4 of a length and is continuing to increase their lead, rowing very strong over at Borlace, but the rest of the field continues in a tight pack. It looks like Borlace is absolutely neck and neck with Kingston at the moment. Walton also making a move. It is really too tight. It's really too tight to make any predictions as we come up to we're about 600 meters right now. The one thing that is certain is that Hereford now have open water over the rest of a very tight pack. Kingston and Kings in it very tight. Marlow continuing to make a move. Borlace and Walton of absolute neck and neck. Hereford are increasing their lead and now have probably half a length of open water over the pack. Everybody else maintaining some very, very tight lines. Jockeying for position, no one able to really make a definitive move for second here in the Junior 16 Boys A Final Quad for the Kingston Cup. King's College led in the time trial. However, at the moment, it's all about the number 2 boat, the Hereford Cathedral School, who have continued to increase their lead to nearly a length of open water. It's all about the jockeying for second and third, and it is too tight to call between Marlow, Kingston, Kings, and Borlace. Walton is only slightly behind by maybe 1 seat, and that's the furthest behind. College staying strong, making a definitive move into second. Third place presently held by Marlow, with Borlace continuing to push them. After that comes Kingston and then Walton, but it's continuing to push on in this A final of the Kingston Cup. And as we come into the last 500 meters, nobody's giving up in this race, nobody at all. King's College reminded that they, beat these people in the time trial. They're continuing to push on and they're moving into a strong second place for about two seats up over Marlow, currently in third. But they're in third, but not by much, because Kings is also continuing to push for third. It's turning into quite a race there. All those crews have now crossed the 1,500 meter mark, so with less than 50 strokes to go, this is some of the best racing I've seen all day. Hereford Cathedral School continuing to be, untroubled in the lead, still with open water, although with less of an open water lead than they had before. Kings has now moved into a pretty dominant 3-seat lead in second, and Kingston and Borlace continue to vie for third. From this angle, it looks like Kingston have maybe a canvas edge as they start to head into the red buoys. At 1750, it's Hereford Cathedral School in a strong position. They go through into the red. Second place is King's College. Third is going to be a very, very close one between Marlow and Kings, and they're continuing to fight it out in the red buoys. As we continue on, Hereford still remain in first, Kings in second. Marlow in a very narrow third over Borlace. Kingston and Walton falling back off the pace, but the fight for third is on as we're all in the red buoys now.
Hereford Cathedral School then coming up with the last few strokes, and this is the final A, and Hereford Cathedral School, really, really good tussle. Well done, you boys. They cross the line now. And it is, in fact, King's College School that finished just ahead of Borlace. I think Borlace just managed to keep Marlow at bay. And then it's Kingston Rowing Club with Walton crossing the line now. Brilliant, brilliant race. So there's the order of finish. Gold to Hereford Cathedral School. King's College School Boat Club pick up the silver medal. And after a really, really decent fight, very, very close indeed, it was William Borlase that crossed the line ahead of Marlowe to pick up the bronze medal. Super. That's it. I'm out of here. Thank you very much, boys and girls. It's been emotional. It's been tremendous. And we hope to see you all again very soon.
So as Martin fades away into the distance, and that's going to take some doing, but we're going to have the next event. It's the J16 8s final, and we'll have Reading Bluecoat School in the first lane, Latimer Upper School in the second, St Paul's third, Bedford School 4, Abingdon, and then King's School Chester. And as you can see from the pictures in front of you, we are some way away from the start of that race. It's due off at 16:20, and my little clock tells me we've got a couple of minutes before that happens, but the crews are attaching themselves to the stake boats. See Abingdon, I think it is, yeah, to the bottom right, just getting their bows to swing straight down the course. So as you can see on the screen, there's school who will be in the lane next door to Abingdon.
Started, and seeing alongside an 8s race at the start is always the most exciting moment, as you have all the crews all level, huge amounts of noise, of splash, and as they come away from the start, the first 100 metres, there's very little in it. However, St Paul's have just got their noses slightly ahead. Now, they were fastest in the time trials this morning, and that's why they're in the middle, alongside Bedford School, but there's very little in this. There's only St Paul's making a slight showing of a canvas, and on the far side, Reading Bluecoat are doing well. They're going with St Paul's. The crew between them, Latimer Upper, has dropped back a tiny bit, but they're vying for third with Bedford School. And then on the near side, in the pink strip and the pink blades, you can see Abingdon School, and then on this side, in the other white boat, King's Chester. If you can see the numbers on the bows on your screen, they're K and then a lane number. So King's Chester are K7, the nearest to you. K6 is Abingdon School with the pink. The blue strip is Bedford School, who have now just pulled ahead of Latimer Upper, who are in the lane 3. The leading crew is St Paul's, and they have 2 seats now over Reading Bluecoat. Reading Bluecoat are just a canvas ahead of the next 2 crews, Latimer Upper and Bedford School. So it's 500 metres gone. They're now into the start of the long race. You have the 500 metre, then the middle 1,000, and then the final 500 metre with the death or glory sprints. So a lot of crews now will be making a move as they just try and squeeze a little bit through, and I think Bedford Modern have done that. Sorry, Bedford School have done that. They've just made a slight move, and they're going with St Paul's, who've also made a move, and those 2 crews are pulling through the rest of the pack. On the far side, Reading Bluecoat are now half a length behind St Paul's, and Bedford School have gone through ahead of Reading Bluecoat. Still a close race. It's 7:50. down, and St Paul's established a good half-length lead. At the rear of the field, I'm not sure if you can see King's Chester, they're having a really good race with Abingdon School at the back for 5th and 6th. But the meat of the race now is St Paul's, having pulled away to establish control of this race, is between the other 3 crews, Reading Bluecoat on the far side in the white boat, and then Latimer Upper and Bedford School, Bedford in the blue kit, the light blue kit. Interestingly, Latimer Upper are rating only 33. They're rating definitely lower than everybody else in this pitch, in this field, and are not quite holding pace. St Paul's again have pushed on. As we come to the 1,000 metres, they're making a move to try and break clear of all the other crews. They've very solid rhythm, really, sorry about the box in the way, really solid rhythm. The boat is moving nicely, and they are pulling gently away all the time inexorably from Bedford School. Bedford School, though, are trying to hang on to them and keep an overlap, because that makes it so much easier to come back. And Bedford School have definitely now got themselves ahead of Reading Bluecoats. So when it comes to the far end, we'll be looking at St Paul's, who were the fastest crew in the time trial from these 6 crews. Bedford were the second fastest, only 2 seconds slower. So St Paul's have already pulled out more than 2 seconds lead over them, and we're only just over halfway. And then we have Reading Bluecoats, who were way slow, sorry, 12 seconds slower in the time trial, but they're actually holding station with Bedford School. So they're doing much better in the side-by-side racing than they were in the time trial. Now a critical point at 12:50, St Paul's just have a length lead. This is the moment they can move away and kill off the race for their advantage. And it's also the moment when at 12:50, Reading Bluecoat have made a move. They're now coming back at Bedford School. So it's a cracking race between the 2nd and 3rd positions, whilst St Paul's move away serenely. Strong, powerful rhythm. They're going clear now. They've got a 1/4 length clear water. If I were in that boat, I'd be very happy. Down at the rear of the race, we've now got a 3-boat contest between Abingdon, King's Chester and Latimer, who are all a line across the course, but right at the head. This is an imperious row, just 500 to go, and St Paul's they're not going to be challenged here. There's no way they're going to have to stretch themselves any more than this. They are doing so well. And Reading Bluecoat have now just got it back ahead of Bedford School. So there's going to be a real fight now in the last 400 metres, 300 metres of this race, as they try and establish who can come second, who gets third in this race. But Bluecoats have the edge at the moment, and we're coming down to the 750 metre mark. So it's just 30 odd strokes for St Paul's to go, and a couple extra for the others. But it's a really, really powerful row for St Paul's, and Bluecoat look to be holding their rhythm really well, and they're now moving up on Bedford School. And I know we've pulled level with the leaders, so the parallax makes it more difficult, but looking across the line of the boys, the Reading Bluecoat bows are definitely crossing the line of boys before the Bedford School every time. Really smart bit of rowing here from St Paul's. Cox will be having an easy time as he just checks the ratings, checks the positions. But really well done to St Paul's down here. They will not be challenged between here and the finish. But for 2nd and 3rd, it's still nip and tuck. Reading Bluecoats have the edge, but Bedford Modern are trying very hard to come back. But Reading Bluecoats
so
still
Paul's
hanging on
across
to
the line. They've won,
lead
and
as
on
they go towards the finish line.
Well, I don't know. I can't tell. It's either Bedford or Reading Bluecoat School. Cracking race for the B final of J16-8s. In 4th position, it's King's Chester School, and in 5th, Latimer Upper, and Abingdon were 6th. But that was a corking race. It looks as though Paul's definitely won it. I think Reading Bluecoat might just have nicked it, but we'll have to wait for confirmation. But as I speak, I can see from the screen that the J16-8s A final has started. So over to the car.
gives it a go.
The A final of the J16 Boys 8, the Desmond Hill Cup, which Radley have taken an early lead in, as the time trial would suggest they were meant to do. From the top of your picture, it's Westminster in lane 2, Shrewsbury in lane 3, Radley with about 3/4 of a length advantage in lane 4, Shiplake in lane 5, Hampton in lane 6, and at the bottom of your picture, Eton, who have dropped about a length off the leaders in lane 7. That Eton crew's got a bit of pedigree in it. It's coxed by Alexander Coombs, whose father was the cox of the 8 here at Eton, as well as going on to do things for Cambridge. And it's got in the 4-seat Todd Manners, whose parents are both OUBC veterans, but I'm afraid they've got an awful lot of work to do if they're to get onto the rostrum for this competition, because it's Radley who are setting the pace as they did in the time trial. They were doing 1:38 to 500 metres in the time trial, and they are about 3/4 of a length up on Shrewsbury in second place, with Shiplake also in the hunt for the medals. It's those three that have opened up quite some distance over the rest of the field. Hampton will still believe they can come back from where they are, about a length down on Shiplake, and Westminster right at the top of your picture in lane 2, probably also, like Eton, having too much work to do. This Radley crew is looking strong, just like its second 8, which won the second 8's race for J16s about 10 minutes ago and won it convincingly ahead of Westminster. This Radley first 8 for the J16s is dominating the field here. Shrewsbury are in second place, Shiplake are in third, but Radley, stroked by Fergus McInnes and coxed by Nikita Jacobs, they haven't quite broken away to take clear water, but they're the better part of a length up on the rest of the field. Shrewsbury making a little bit of a move on them, but the cox of the Radley crew, Nikita Jacobs, is still sitting on the canvas of the Shrewsbury crew. He's gone past the bowman and he knows that his crew can see all of the rest of the field. Shiplake now making a move on Shrewsbury to come into second place. They've just edged past them over the last few strokes, so it's Shiplake and Shrewsbury vying for silver and bronze, trying to push the Radley crew that they are honestly making not a great deal of impact on, but the two of them are going stroke for stroke. It's Shiplake that have the small advantage in the silver medal position as we come to the 1250 metre mark, which Radley go through pretty well on exactly 4 minutes. Shiplake were in second place, Shrewsbury in third place, and clear water has now opened up on the rest of the field. Hampton in fourth, and Westminster and Eton are a good few lengths back, vying for the wooden spoon in this A final. Shiplake are making a move on Radley. Have Radley gone off too hard and too early? Shiplake are making a heck of a move. They've come back half a length over the course of the last 10 or 15 strokes. They're coming through the 1500 metre mark. This could be a very, very exciting last 500 metres. Radley were quick in the time trial. They led it. They were quickest in the final 500 metres, but Shiplake are moving on them stroke for stroke now. They are 1/3 of a length down, having been a full length down. They're into the last 40 strokes or so of this race of the Desmond Hill Cup, and Shiplake will believe that they can win it. There are probably 30 strokes left, and every single stroke they're taking a small amount of ground on this Radley crew. It's a canvas now in it. Shiplake are coming through. 250 metres is the marker point that we're coming up to. I think Radley are going to be beaten here by Shiplake, who are coming through stroke for stroke. They're going to go into the final 250 metres with Shiplake holding a small advantage over Radley. Shiplake have indeed taken Radley. In the time trial, Radley were quicker in the last 500 metres, but they have been rowed through here by Shiplake. A very, very strong row. Shiplake with Luke Biker in the stroke seat and Charlie Keener in the cox's seat, urging his guys through. He's taken them through Radley. Radley in second place, Shrewsbury are in third and are indeed closing on Radley as well. So disappointment for Radley because they've been rowed through by Shiplake, but they'll want to make sure they hold on to the
So here we are into the last 10 strokes, and Shiplake have rowed Radley down in no uncertain fashion. Shiplake have now pulled out. They've got half a length. They've got two-thirds of a length. And in fact, Shrewsbury have now rowed through Radley. Golly, what a race. Well done, Shiplake. Shrewsbury second, Radley faded badly in the last 500. Shiplake have won. You can see how excited they are. The Shiplake Cox, Charlie Keener standing up. He's been told to sit down, of course, but wow, they're happy. He's splashing the water, redolent of the scenes from past Olympics, no doubt. But wow, what a race for the J16 8 final. So Shiplake were first, Shrewsbury School second, Radley were third, and that was one of the best J16 8 finals that I've seen. We've got the J16 Girls 8's B final about to start. You can see that they're on the screen. They have started. So I'm going to pass you over for some live commentary. Let's hope it's as good a race as the last one.
On the far side. But only just from Northwich. They're just ahead of Enniskillen. They're just ahead of Great Marlow School, but behind Godolphin and Latimer. So it's a very, very close race, this one, for the first 400 metres. They're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, and we've done the start. We're into the transition and now into the nice steady rhythm when the race should start to take its form. And actually, that's what's happening as Northwich, the fastest crew in the time trial this morning in this race, are now pulling steadily ahead of all of the others. And you can see the chevron shape forming, which is the shape that's made by the time trial predictions. So Northwich have just got their bows ahead. Enniskillen, actually third. Monmouth on the far side of Northwich are just second. And then we have a tussle between Great Marlow School and the Scots, the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Godolphin and Latimer, having made that early showing, may just have shot their bolt a little because they're dropping back relatively quickly for only 600 metres into the race. So the front of this race, we now have three crews starting to make a good showing here, but they aren't clear of the crews lying fourth and fifth. So we have Northwich with the bows just in the lead from, on this side of them now, Enniskillen, on the far side of them, Monmouth School for Girls, and on the far side, Aberdeen, a level with Great Marlow School, who are the red boats, are very easily for you to identify. So as we go down the 750 metre mark, you can see the lovely flat water, just enough breeze to disturb the surface, perfect for rowing, and it's something that Northwich are taking full advantage of as they now stretch away to just on half a length lead, but Enniskillen are going with them. Enniskillen definitely going with them, and they've made a slight move on Monmouth School, and on the far side of them, Aberdeen are hanging on to Monmouth School, and Great Marlow have just dropped back almost a seat. So we are approaching the halfway mark, the 1,000 metre mark. Godolphin and Latimer, I don't think we're going to see again. They're currently sixth and languishing in sixth, whereas you have at the front of the race a marvellous display from Northwich Rowing Club. They've now got half a length clear on everyone, and suddenly on the far side we have got three crews vying for second. We've got Aberdeen and Monmouth, who are level, vying with Enniskillen on this side of the Northwich crew leading, all vying for second place. Great Marlow in the red boat, still not out of it, just half a length back on the second, third and fourth battle, but actually they're fifth and only just a length behind the leader. So it's still a good race. Northwich look to be in control, but they're not clear yet. And Enniskillen are making a move on them as we approach 12:50. They've definitely now pulled back a seat on the Northwich crew. On the far side of them, Aberdeen have made a real move on Monmouth. So currently, Northwich are leading by 5 seats. They pulled away 1 more seat from the race between the Scots crew on right at the top of your screen and the crew in the black and red strip from Enniskillen, the Irish crew, just on this side of Northwich. So 1250 metres gone, last 750. This is a good time to push for home. Squeeze on and see if you can break clear. That'll be what Northwich are trying to do. But the Scots crew on the far side definitely don't want this to happen. It's still a 3-way tussle for second, third and fourth. And Great Marlow now have dropped out of the back. They are no longer in contention unless they do something absolutely dramatic. And quite unexpected, I would suggest at this point. We're approaching the 500 metre mark. Northwich very comfortably ahead. They'd really be enjoying this row. Looking back at all their opposition, they have everything in their control. Unless they make a serious mistake, this race should be theirs. However, behind them, the battle between the Scots and the Irish is hotting up as they come across the lines of boys absolutely level. And then the Scots have gone again. Even as I said that, the Scots have made their 1500 metre push and pulled out in 3 strokes. They've got a canvas off the Irish crew. So on the far side, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association vying to come second. On this side of Northwich, the leaders, you've got the Irish crew from Enniskillen, who are now in danger of being swept up by Monmouth School in lane 2. It's a very close run thing for third and fourth. The race is settled now for Northwich Rowing Club. They've nearly got 300 metres to go. Aberdeen look like a comfortable second. They've got 3/4 of a length over the 2 crews fighting it out for the third place, and that's Monmouth School and Enniskillen. That's a really tough battle to come third. But Northwich look comfortably positioned here to hold on and win this race, the B final of the Junior 16/8s for girls in the Steve Gunn Bowl. So as we come towards the finish, Northwich look to be winning this, to have the first position. Aberdeen, the Scottish crew, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association line second, and the Irish, the Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, have now just got their bows ahead again of Monmouth School. So it's still nip and tuck, anything in it as they come down towards the finish for third place. Northwich comfortably ahead, and then
Thank
Aberdeen
you, Matthew.
second.
As you said, Northwich have maintained a good lead through most of the race. They've had a bit of it eaten into over the last part of the race by Aberdeen Schools. But the key race, I suppose, the key question at the moment is whether Enniskillen are going to pop Monmouth for the third place. So Northwich passed first, Aberdeen second, and it's going to be, indeed, it is Enniskillen who have got up to get the third position in this, the B final for J16/8s. And it looks as though Monmouth crossed the line fourth, Great Marlow in fifth, and just crossing the line now, not too far off the pace, Godolphin and Latimer. So good demonstration from the girls from Northwich School. Great to see a good number of entrants in the J16B event. But that was a terrific example of a good, well-controlled race. And next up, we've got the A event. It's the J16 Girls 8s A final. We've got St Paul's, we've got Latimer, Surbiton, Wimbledon, Putney High School and Lady Eleanor Hollis. As you can see on the screen, they've started, and we're going to give you some live commentary from the car. So I'll pass you without further ado to them to fill you in with this race.
the A final for J16 Girls 8, the Steve Gunn Bowl. Top of your picture, St Paul's in lane 2, Latimer in lane 3, Surbiton High School with the early lead in lane 4, Wimbledon High School who are chasing them in lane 5, Putney High School in lane 6, and Lady Eleanor Hollis nearest the camera, but just out of your picture, in lane 7. Surbiton have made the early work as would be expected from the time trial earlier, which they led from start to finish and led by some significant distance by the end. But Wimbledon High School will fancy their chances and will be hoping to hold on to them and make them work as hard as possible for the win. They go through the 500 metre mark in 1 minute 40 seconds. That Wimbledon crew is coached by Chris Ray, and of course head of rowing at Wimbledon High School is Gillian Lindsay, who won the silver medal in the quad in Sydney in 2000, as well as being world champion in the double scull back in 1998. And her daughter is in the 2-seat of that boat, Emily Richardson, in that Wimbledon crew. But they've fallen to a length behind Surbiton, who are rowing away with this race in the early stages. They've opened up open water between them and the field. As I say, they were notably quicker. They were 18 seconds quicker in the time trial than anybody else. And as they come through the 750 metres mark in 2.5 minutes, they're rowing away from the rest of the field. It's Surbiton High School with a length of open water now. Wimbledon High School are in second place in lane 5. In third place, there's a battle between Putney High School in lane 6 and Latimer Upper in lane 3, and then making up the last 2 places are St Paul's in lane 2 and LEH. You can just see LEH's bow ball appearing in your camera shot in the bottom left corner of your screen. But Surbiton are making light work of this. They've opened up at least a length of open water now as they come towards the 1,000 metre mark. They're looking very strong and very light. They're just tapping the boat along and doing so very impressively. Wimbledon have got about 2/3 of a length over the rest of the field and are currently looking good for the silver medal position as they come through halfway in 3.5 minutes. In third place, Latimer Upper, I think it is, from the angle that I can see over there in lane 3, but Putney High School in lane 6, closer to the camera, are not far behind them and will be hoping that they can squeeze through them to get that bronze medal position. Wimbledon High School about 3/4 of a length up now on the rest of the field, other than Surbiton, who are disappearing rapidly into the distance. They've got a couple of lengths now of open water, Surbiton High School, and I don't think there's too much doubt that Surbiton are going to win the Steve Gunn Bowl. Wimbledon will be hoping that they hold on to second place. Latimer are moving into a more commanding position in third over Putney High School, but Putney High School in lane 6 are not out of it yet. Grace Torrance is the cox at Putney High, and she will be doing everything she can with her stroke girl Isabella Locke to make sure that Putney are still in with a hunt. They're certainly in with a hunt as they come through 1,250 metres. It's between them and Latimer for the third place in the Steve Gunn Bowl. Wimbledon look fairly solid and fairly secure in that second place position, and Surbiton are almost celebrating already the fact that they have won this J16 8 Girls A final. They're about 3, possibly 4 lengths. We're having to put our foot down in the car to catch up with them. They're so much further ahead than the rest of the field. What a very, very impressive row here from this Surbiton crew. Stroked by Charlotte Hubbard, coxed by Kate Theobald. Very, very impressive race. They are a long way ahead of the field. Charlotte Rankin at 7, Megan Johnston at 6, Madeline Greenstock at 5, Izzy Kennedy at 4, Claudia Alexandra Bolton and Megan Burge in the bow seat. They're probably 5 lengths now, I think, of open water, but the fight for the Minor Places is still on. Wimbledon High School are still in second place. From the angle that I've got at the moment, and I'm up level with Surbiton, it looks to me like Wimbledon High School are still comfortably second. It looks as though Latimer are still third, but Putney High School are still in with a shout. Come on, Grace Torrance, what can you do to encourage your crew into the third medal position? You've got probably 3/4 of a length to make up. We're going towards the 1750 metre mark, just through the 6-minute marker. And Latimer look like they're going to get the third place position in this race. Wimbledon High School are going through the 1750 metre marker, about 3/4 of a length up in second place. Surbiton are rapidly approaching the finish, and Latimer Upper look like they're going to take the bronze.
I've never seen a more convincing display from a girls J16-8 than this. Surbiton High School, a class ahead of the field.
Well rode, Surbiton. That's a very, very impressive
run on the
road
road is absolutely
from this
fantastic.
J16-8.
And they are some 6-7 lengths ahead, and they cross the line now. And it looks as though the second place will go as Mark has been describing. The Wimbledon High School girls hanging on. They've got second place. On the far side, Latimer Upper School nearly a length down on them. So Surbiton High, Wimbledon High, Latimer Upper School, and in fourth place it's Putney High School. Fifth place, St Paul's Girls, and the sixth place, Lady Eleanor Hollis. And ladies and gentlemen, I defy you to give me an example of a better J16 Girls 8 than that one. Surbiton High School, very, very convincing winners. But having said that, as you can see on your screens, we've now got small boats to deal with, and it's the championship girls coxless pairs. This is the B final. We've got Headington, we've got Ardingly and Radnor House School. They are some 100 to 200 metres into the race, and I'll pass you over to the car for some live description.
So watching this race could be, I'm hoping, will be different. But so far, the time trial results look to be shaping out this race as Ardingly actually look stronger than the other two crews. So we have Ardingly in the centre, leading Headington School with the blue kit on the far side, and Radnor House from Twickenham on the near side. We've done about 400 metres, all three crews rowing neatly, but it's noticeable that Ardingly are more powerful. Their stroke is cleaner and longer, and they are just pulling away with every stroke they take. Just a foot a stroke, and that's quite enough to build up a big lead by the time we get to the finish. So 500 metre mark here, Ardingly go through the line.
I'm afraid we appear to have lost connection with the commentary vehicle, and I can't really see what's going on, unfortunately. Some may say what changes, but in this case I really am unable to give you any clear lead as to what is happening. But what I can say is that the B finalists in the Championship Girls Coxless pairs, Charlotte Falcon and Chi Min Hong from Headington, racing against Emma Quaglieri and Eva Ellicock from Ardingly, and Hannah Lloyd and Imogen Parker-Elms of Radnor House Rowing Club. But they're about halfway down the course, and I think until the crews get a little closer, or we get some vision from the car camera or one of the static points down the course, I'm not going to be able to add too much descriptive value to the events that are actually taking place live, which is a shame, because otherwise everything seems to be running like almost like clockwork here at the National Schools Regatta. You can see from your screen that the competitors for the A final are already on the stake boats, and they're due off at 5 o'clock, which is about 5 minutes away, but I suspect the starter may well be inclined to let them go early rather than just leave them waiting on the stake boats for too long. So that's a shame, but anyway, as I say, I've got a graphic now. I can tell you that at halfway, the Ardingly pair of Emma Quaglieri and Eva Ellicock were leading. They got there in 4 minutes 25, and in second place, about 2/3 of a length behind them, were Hannah Lloyd and Imogen Parker-Elms of Radnor House School Rowing Club, and got about a little bit off the pace, I suppose, 2 lengths, maybe 3 lengths behind them. The pair from Headington School, that's Charlotte Faucon and Zi Min Hong, were in third place. So Ardingly leading the B final of the Championship Girls Coxless pairs at the halfway point. So they have very nearly a length advantage, and they'll be trying to stamp that advantage home, and maybe the halfway point in their game plan may signal a little further pressure and squeeze out to see if they can draw further ahead. But I'm just speculating here, but that's how it could be. So just to repeat, at the halfway point, it was Ardingly, Radnor House and the Headington School pair. Back at the start in the visual that you can see, again, the girls are ensuring they get straight. I can't hear it, but the starter will be giving the call over. And see that they're squaring their blades ready to start. And, I'm sure they'll be off very shortly. There's virtually no wind here, certainly no crosswind, so that's not causing any disadvantage and making the bows drift off the central line that they need to pursue. We've had very few incidents of poor steering over the last day and a half. And the National Schools Regatta, we've had cracking weather. But anyway, back to the race that is on track, the B final of the Coxless pairs. Ardingly maintained their advantage, and at the 1500 metre mark, they got there in a time of 6 minutes 37 seconds. And they can't shake Radnor House off. Radnor House 1.96 seconds behind them, and that translates in terms of distance to just under a length. And Headington, I'm afraid, have been dropped. They are some 5 lengths behind, I suppose. They're about 12 and a half seconds behind the leaders. So at 1500 metres, and they're coming up to the last part of the course, and I can now see them, so we can actually give you a little bit more description of what is actually taking place. So the girls from Ardingly, that's Emma Quaglieri and Eva Ellicock, are comfortably, well, I say comfortably, but they maintain their advantage. They can sit and they can have a look just off to their left, just to see that that Hannah Lloyd and Imogen Parker-Elms of Radnor House aren't putting too much pressure on them. From this angle, it looks as though Ardingly maintain a lead of about a length, but I think the Radnor House girls are raising their rating. They are raising their rating, They're trying to come back at Ardingly. So Hannah Lloyd and Imogen Parker Elms having a real go to see if they can get back and squeeze ahead, but Ardingly have seen the danger. They're increasing the pressure, and they're maintaining a lead of just over a length. They've got 3 strokes to go before the finish. 1, 2, 3, and they cross the line 3/4 of a length ahead of Radnor House, and Headington School pair some way behind them. So, just to repeat, the winners of the B final, Emma Quagliaria and Eva Ellicott of Ardingly Rowing Club. Second, Hannah Lloyd and Imogen Parker Elms of Radnor House. And crossing the line now are Charlotte Falcon and Zimin Hong of Headington School Boat Club. So you can see the winners over there in the red-hulled boat. That's the Ardingly pair of Emma Quagliaria and Eva Ellicott. Well done to them. And very shortly, the A final, the pairs will be off. Race due off at 5 o'clock. We've got Sophie Covington and Fenya Tillery of Westminster, Sabrielle Achong and Emily Hamilton of Marlow, Maisie Aspinall and Zoe Beeson from Aberdeen Schools, Laura McAuliffe and Maddie Kitchen from Emmanuel, Georgina Thorpe and Alice Baker of King's School Worcester, and Lily Brown and Anastasia Legg of Yarm School are the contestants. You can see that most of them are on the stake boats, and I can see that there's just one who isn't attached at the moment, but I'll be backing down very shortly. But I can see that we've got the car ready to give you some descriptions. So without further ado, I will pass you over and give you some live action description.
It's Marlow who took the early lead in this championship girls coxless pairs, and they continue to hold it as we're coming towards the 1,000-metre mark. But the positions of second and third have changed over the course of the last 10 or 15 strokes, with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, that's Zoe Besson in the stroke seat and Maisie Aspinall at bow, rowing through Emmanuel School Boat Club to come into second place and starting to make an impact on that leading pair from Marlow. Emily Hamilton in the stroke seat for Marlow in lane 3. They have got a crew inside them from Westminster School, but they are out of your shot. Sabriel Atchong in the bow seat. Then it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 4, starting to get an overlap now on the Marlow crew. Emmanuel School, who have been rowed through over the course of the last couple of minutes, but still sit comfortably in third place, are in lane 5. King's School Worcester are out of your picture, but are about a length of open water further back in lane 6, and Yarm School Boat Club are a couple of lengths further back off that in lane 7. So the question here really as we come through the 1,250 metre mark is whether Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are going to be able to haul in Marlow, who have led right from the word go in this race. Aberdeen were the fastest crew in the time trial this morning. They were about 20 seconds quicker than Marlow were, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, although over the course of the last minute or so, the move that Aberdeen have made suggests that they're going to overhaul this Marlow crew. They're coming at them stroke by stroke. The gap now is about half a length, and Marlow at one stage did have open water, and it's looking to me as if Aberdeen are going to come through the 1,500 metre marker, if not in the lead, then certainly with the momentum on their side. The coach, Holly Reid, is just in front of us in the car, exhorting her charges on. We're coming through the 1,500 metre marker now. just over 6 minutes gone, and Aberdeen have indeed taken the lead. They're moving bow ball for bow ball, but it's definitely the Aberdeen crew of Zoe Beeson and Maisie Aspinall which has the advantage. There's about 50 strokes left in this race, and it looks to me as if the Leander Cup for Championship Coxless Girls is going to be won by Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, with Marlow Rowing Club in second place, and in third place, a few lengths back but comfortably up on the remainder of the field, Maddie Kitchen and Lauren McAuliffe of Emmanuel School Boat Club. Very controlled row from Aberdeen Schools. They haven't won it yet, but they are looking solid, and they have rowed through Marlow to take about 3/4 of a length lead on them, with only about 20 strokes left in this race, and they're now starting to apply a bit of power. Marlow have upped their rate, but I suspect it's going to be in a lost cause. A response from Aberdeen, and there is a length between the two crews as we come into the last possibly 10-15 strokes. Aberdeen have opened up open water now. It's a powerful finish from them, as it was in their time trial this morning. They're coming into the very closing stage of this race. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Zoe Beeson and Maisie Aspinall winning the Leander Cup for Championship Coxless pairs for girls.
And they cross the line now, a length and 3/4 ahead of the Marlow pairs. That's Amélie Hamilton and Sabrielle Achon. And about some 5 or 6 lengths behind them, we've got it's Maddie Kitchen and Lauren McAuliffe of Emmanuel School, and in 4th place the King's School Worcester pair of Georgina Thorpe and Alice Baker. 5th are going to be Sophie Covington and Fenya Tillery of Westminster School, and a little way back Lily Brown and Anastasia Legg of the Yarm School Boat Club. But that was a very controlled race from Maisie Aspinall and Zoe Beeson of Aberdeen Schools. Marlow's, you'll have heard, led off the start, and they took a reasonable lead. They had a lead of up to a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths at one point, but Aberdeen Schools applied the pressure towards the end of the course and came on through, and were the strong winners in line with their showing in the time trial this morning. But with that, we've got so that was the Championship Girls pairs, the winners Aberdeen Schools. But on the screen now, we've got the Championship Coxless pairs B event. I'm sorry, no, this is the A final of the boys' Championship pairs. We've got Monmouth, Leeds Rowing Club, King's Canterbury with the fastest, Latimer Upper, Radley and Radnor House. With that, over to the car for some commentary.
And we've got a leading trio vying for contention in lanes 2, 3 and 4. Leeds Rowing Club, King's School Canterbury and Latimer Upper School. All within less than a canvas of each other. They're followed in 4th position at this very early stage by Radley College in lane 5. Monmouth School at the top of your picture in 5th position. And then it's another Radnor House crew. Alexander Skarner and Archie Adams trailing the field at the bottom of your picture on the left there, just above those 2 coaches' cycles that you can see. But out there in the lead, things beginning to pan out a little at this early stage. The first quarter, the fastest quarter of the race, is now complete, and all 6 pairs settling into their cruising speed. Leading the way, Edward Hastelow and James Crawley for King's School Canterbury. Now, these were the fastest of the 6 pairs in this morning's time trial, but as we've seen time and time again during the racing here on the Eton Dorney Lake, time trial racing is completely different from side by side. And when you're rowing in a vacuum, as the crews are when they race the time trial without any clear reference points. You simply have to have your race plan, be aware of your own abilities, and just row as close to the red line as possible, giving it your all to try and establish a fast time. When it's side by side, of course, you've got the reference points of the other 5 contenders. But things seem to be panning out here clearly as they did in the time trial. So the King's pair of Hastelow and Crawley have now gone almost 1 full boat length clear of Vladimir Prudnikov and Orlando Morley, the Latimer Upper School pair, rowing in the white hulled boat with the bright blue blades, just to the left of the leaders, just below them on your picture at home. In third place, having dropped back a little, George Bell and Joe Bramham Butts for Leeds Rowing Club in the black and yellow strip, and then the field becoming really quite spread out as we approach the halfway mark. Well, don't forget, in these smaller boats, the double sculls, the pairs, and even the single sculls that we witnessed yesterday at the National Schools Regatta, things can change very rapidly. It's not like the big boats. In an 8, a length difference is quite a lot to make up, and it becomes even harder as the race progresses to make up that sort of deficit. But things really can change in the twinkling of an eye with these much smaller boats. But the King's Canterbury pair really are capitalising on their advantage, as we see so often as the second half opens up. They're looking very long in the water. They're able to keep the other 5 contenders clearly in their sights as they push their boat away with some nice crisp blade work at 33 strokes a minute. The Latimer pair, I think they're at a similar rate. No, in fact, they've upped the rate a pip to 34 strokes a minute to try and get back in contention, but that slightly higher rate does not seem to be working in their favour. Because when you're in the lead, you can sit up there with confidence, you relax a little more, because the King's Canterbury pair almost have a length of clear water advantage ahead of the rest of the field. Suddenly they realise that if they just relax, concentrate, sit back, then the win is theirs for the asking here in the championship. Lock back in 4th position at the bottom of your picture over to the left there. 5th is still the Monmouth School combination of Angus Whitehead and Alfie Winter at the top of your picture in the chocolate and old.
Yes, thank you very much. We are underway with this B final of the Championship Boys Double Sculls, and what a race in this first 250 metres with the 2 crews up at the lead of the field. In the centre of the course, we've got the best of the rest at the moment. It is Walbrook that sit in 3rd position, just half a length over Kingston Grammar School. It's then 3/4 of a length back to Warrington, whose time trial performance would tell us that they should be more up in with the mix of these leading crews, but they've still got 1,250 metres to go, and we should still see what their mid-race pace has to offer with the final crew completing the mix, Hinksey Sculling School from Godstow in Oxford. But moving back up towards the front of the field, a really great step here from Walbrook Rowing Club. This combination based in Teddington now moving up into these leading crews. They're trying to poke their bow ball into the mix, and it's Walbrook Rowing Club's bow ball now that sits in 3rd. They're on the bowman, Edward Rayner of Marlow, as Marlow in turn try and push themselves up back into the lead here into the halfway marker. And we see a lot of crews making moves in this second 500 to try and step on into the second half of this race, and that's exactly what Marlow are choosing to do. Marlow have looked really calm under the pressure that Herne Bay have put them in through the first half of this course, and they're just keeping their length as we go through. They're at 29 strokes a minute. They've even stepped it down further from that initial sprint out the blocks, but that's given them half a length now in the lead of this B final, ahead of the fast starting Herne Bay twin combination of Bradley and Lewis Perry French. But they are slipping back through the field, Herne Bay, after that fast start. It must be costing them somewhat, as Walbrook Rowing Club on the far side of your picture now move into the 2nd position in this B final.
this combination of Felipe de Laurence Casselet and Daniel Headley now really charging for Marlow, and I think they know if they can stick themselves to the Marlow crew, they're going to be in a really good position for the sprint here to determine these minor places. With 750 metres to go, I'd say it's actually the Walbrook Rowing Club crew that's the fastest moving boat on the water, but I think there's still gears to go here for Marlow, who just sneak out in front still, but they are being closed down. I'm not sure if this crew are very aware of the challenge that's coming from the far side of the lake. If Oliver Evans, the stroke man of Marlow, just took a quick glance to his right rather than his left, he might see that they are under some bit of danger actually for that top position. They hold a canvas now as we move through towards the flatter water. We've got a slight cross headwind here in this race, and about 600 metres to go. They just keep that canvas lead, but coming through the centre, through this sandwich to try and upset these leading crews. Kingston Grammar School now choosing this moment to make their move. We've not talked much about this combination of Alex Middleton and Alexander Curry, but we should be now as they move through the centre of these crews. You can see on your picture the red blades of Kingston Grammar School just moving through with 500 metres to go, and certainly I think Walbrook Rowing Club will feel them in the lane next to them, just starting to gain boat speed. What a fantastic race this is. 3 crews coming into the final 500 metres. With barely separated by a third of a length. It's still Marlow Rowing Club, who just look so smooth. You can see how much time they're taking up the slide, and they're just doing enough to control this race and not feel flustered. But with the charge coming from Kingston Grammar School, I wonder if we'll see this sprint starting to charge through soon from Marlow. Marlow keep their bow balls in front. You can see from the line of the boys on the screen that they just about keep the advantage over Kingston Grammar School, who have broken through now. I can see the Kingston Grammar School coach just keeping an eye on his stopwatch as he can see them moving now through the field. And with 250 metres to go, they really are threatening this really fantastic Marlow double that we've seen lead from the halfway marker onwards. They've kept their composure. Can they do it again now under pressure as Kingston start to rattle through the ratings? Alex Middleton in the stroke seat for Kingston Grammar School takes the rating up into the red boys now, and they can feel the line, but have they left Marlow too close to them? I think they have. Marlow responds. Here they go again. Oliver Evans in the stroke seat for Marlow just uses the weight behind the blades to lever them back up and out of the water, and they've made half a length in a matter of 5 strokes. They're back into the lead of this B final, ahead of Kingston Grammar School. Time to perfection. I think you could see it in their faces that they had more to give. Kingston Grammar School throwing absolutely everything at it now in these final strokes, but it's Marlow, Kingston Grammar School and Walbrook coming into the line.
Thank you, Camilla. Well described. I mean, wow, what an impressive showing from Marlow. That was really good when the pressure really came on. Oliver Evans up the rating. Oliver Evans and Edward Rayner just holding out from Alex Middleton and Alexander Curry of Kingston Grammar School. A noble effort from Philip de Laurence Castellet and Daniel Headley of Walbrook, who came to snatch the 3rd place. But well done, the boys from Marlow. That was impressive sculling, and I wonder if we're going to have an equally impressive showing in the A final, which, as you will see, has just got underway. So as we wait for some live commentary, I can tell you that we've got this is the Boys Championship Double Sculls final. It's Hampton School, Norwich School, Notts County and King's School, Ely, Tideway Scullers and Molesey Boat Club. So the doubles have started. They're at about 200 metres, and if the car is with this race, they will now be able to tell you what's going on.
...250 metres into the A final of Championship Boys Double Sculls, and all eyes on the bright green strip of Notts County Rowing Association in lane 3. Curtis Colmy and Jude Richards were the fastest of these 6 doubles in this morning's time trial, and here they are setting the pace at this very early stage of the A final for Championship Boys doubles. Close seconds, the silver medal slot, James Baker and Benjamin Tremelling for Norwich School in the lane immediately to the leader's right, the white-hulled boat that you can see at the top of your picture. And then in third in the, I'm going to call it duck egg blue, it's remarkably similar to Eton colours, and even dare I say it, Cambridge University, the King's School Ely combination of Connell Comley and William Buckingham there in the bronze medal slot. And they in turn are 1 boat length clear of Hampton School with the yellow blades and the black-hulled boat at the top of your picture, who are level for 4th place with Molesey Boat Club, Jamie Leopard and Ilan Kotick in the crew immediately nearest to our commentary car. Trailing the field in the scarlet and yellow blades, Luca Boyle and Carlos Garofalin of Tideway Scullers School in lane 5. And as I've been describing the full field, well, Colmy and Richards have really pushed out their advantage to 1 full boat length. Notts County Rowing Association, a long and proud history going back some 40 years. It was founded as, if you like, the international arm of Nottingham-based elite rowers, and together they established so many success at as part of the GB international team, particularly in lightweight men's racing, and also a considerable number of wins at Henley Royal Regatta. But Notts County sort of fell by the wayside and has only been re-established training out of the National Water Sports Centre in more recent times. A renaissance, if you like, of Notts County, and this combination of Colmy and Richards reflecting that sort of pedigree as they lead the field home here in the field for the Championship Boys double sculls. Behind the leading contenders, well, in fact, King's School Ely have drawn up right alongside Baker and Tremelling for Norwich. The Norwich combination seemed to be easing back a little, or is it that the King's School combination have sort of found their form and have pounding on? Because I've been talking so much about Notts County. Let's just take a look at the 2nd and 3rd place doubles. Not much to choose between the rate. Perhaps Norwich are at a pip or so higher, but yep, they're at, so Norwich at 32, King's School Ely at 33, so they're trading punches here, but slipping away into a commanding lead, Colmy and Richards for Notts County. Really nice, neat blade work, rock back at the finish, placement of the blade at the start of the stroke. Remember the difference for those parents perhaps who are new to the sport of rowing. Maybe this is your first connection with the National Schools Regatta. Sculling is each athlete with 2 small blades, 1 in each hand. Rowing is each athlete with 1 much bigger blade that sticks out to the left to bow side or to the right to stroke side. So the difference between pairs and double sculls, they both have 2 athletes in each boat, but 4 blades for the double sculls, 2 bigger blades for the pairs. Notts County, I've got to give them credit. I mean, after being so much faster, they were 2 seconds faster than King's School Ely this morning, and a massive 11 seconds faster than Norwich, and that result being mirrored here when it counts in the A final as this 6-boat field approaches the 1500 metre signal. Hampton School, Close and O'Loughlin making up for lost ground, but they were one of the slower contenders to qualify for this A final, but they look as though they are about to overhaul Norwich, who appear to have front-loaded this race, expended too much energy in the early stages, and unable to maintain that sort of pace as the second half unfolds. And that's what we see quite a lot in all classifications of racing, both from schools that we're seeing at this level right up to international regattas. We see crews, for whatever reason, have not judged the pace of the race. They've given too much in the first half and unable to maintain that pace towards the closing stages. Dropping off the back end of the pack, closest to us, Tideway Scullers, Boyle and Garofalin, and Leopard and Kotick for Molesey, very much the tail enders. But approaching the last 250 metres of this 2,000 metre Olympic standard course, Colmy and Richards for Notts County are able to look strong and confident. They are even able to relax a little, but I suspect that we're going to see a little bit of a boathouse finish from these lads. So they're going to up the rate. Yep, they've taken the rate up because they know that the end is in sight. They did all the work that was necessary in the early stages of this race to establish the early lead at the first quarter timing signal. Up the rate goes to 35 to draw even further ahead of Comley and Buckingham for King's School Ely. I've got to hand it to this Ely combination. They're not letting themselves be dropped. They're giving it some pressure here, but at a lower rate, hanging on, not letting the Notts County combination off the hook completely. Last few strokes then are in sight for the Championship Boys Double Sculls as they proceed down to the finish line. And the trophy and the gold medal go to Curtis Colmy and Jude
Curtis
Richards.
Colmy and Jude Richards of Notts County have crossed the line comfortably ahead of Colonel Comley and William Buckingham of King's School Ely. And in third place, it's James Baker and Benjamin Tremmerling of Norwich School. So that was impressive again, as Robert was describing so beautifully. Curtis Colmy and Jude Richards controlled that race, and they just eased into an inexorably increasing lead from the start, and very impressive that was, and they were particularly strong in the second half of the course. So well done. That was a cracking win for them. Just to give you the full rundown, Notts County were the winners. That's Colmy and Richards first, Comley and Buckingham of King's School Ely second, Baker and Tremmerling of Norwich were in third place. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. It was in fact Charlie Close and Jacob O'Loughlin got up for third place. Baker and Tremmerling in fourth. Fifth place, the Tideway Scullers School double of Luca Boyle and Carlos Garofalin. And sixth place, Leopard and Kotick of Molesey Boat Club. Now the next race that we're going to see is the Championship Girls B final. Victoria Brown and Flora Carson, Moncton Combe, doubles from Clydesdale, from Whitcliffe, from Lee, from Kingston Grammar School and King's School Ely. I'm going to pass you over to the car for live description any second now.
Well, we're catching this Championship Girls Double Sculls B final right off the blocks. We're very lucky to get the full 2,000 metres of this race. And emerging out of those blocks into leading position, it's the Kingston Grammar School duo of Ifeyinka Dombrowski and Alice Cassidy, who are being chased firmly in these first 250 metres, the first 25 strokes of this race, by the Lee Rowing Club. Darcy Wynne-Jones and Ariana Ford just starting to switch gears now to get into their racing rhythm. They're nice and upright as they come through 250 metres gone, and that's just given them a quarter of a canvas, I was going to say, really nothing much ahead of the fast starters Kingston Grammar School. Looking back to third in this pack, well, it's a barrel ball for barrel ball race currently between Whitcliffe's duet over Clydesdale, who sit just in the lane to their right. These two, as you can see in the middle of your picture, Whitcliffe with the purple blades, Clydesdale with the navy blue and white colour combination, just tussling it out, and I think Whitcliffe just getting the better of the boat speed running into 500 metres gone. We'll expect to see all of these crews just stepping down onto race pace as we move into the centred 1,000 metres of this race. And what a start here for the Lee Rowing Club. Darcy Wynne-Jones in the stroke seat, just keeping Ariana Ford on her toes to try and get themselves a length clear of the rest of the pack, and that's exactly what they'll do through 500 metres gone. They've just broken clear water ahead of the chasing pack, and the rest of the boats are going to have to scramble to try and cling on to not let them row into the distance. Again, the wind's still not dying down here at Dorney Lake for the National Schools Regatta, and crews having to fight hard, especially in the small boats, to keep their boat moving. And it's 36 strokes a minute, a very strong rate of striking here for Darcy Wynne-Jones in the driving seat for the Lee Rowing Club. But as we look to the field behind them, exactly what they'll both be doing, it's all starting to tighten up. And again, headwinds can do this to crews. It tightens the whole field up, and we can see Whitcliffe now, I think, moving up and alongside Kingston Grammar School. I think that's a symptom of Kingston perhaps going off that little bit too hard as they now drop back into, well, joint second position as the bow balls run through the line of buoys into 750 metres gone, exactly parallel and equal. But I think Whitcliffe with the better boat speed, this Whitcliffe combination, Megan Edwards and Maddie Taylor, they'll be used to trading on the canal in Gloucestershire. Oodles and oodles of water for them to train on down there, and they're certainly making the most of these conditions as they move now up to a canvas ahead of Kingston Grammar School. Just a quick look there over the shoulder of Alice Cassidy in the bow seat for Kingston Grammar School, as they know that they've left the lee to really enjoy this scull that they're having. And as we come towards 50% of the race done, it's now a length of clear water that the lee have got. You could sandwich another double scull between their stern and the rest of the pack, and they can just look back and enjoy this race that they're having. But it's all hotting up behind them. They'll be able to see the tussle that's happening between the three bow balls, and we've got a new contender here moving up into position to try and fight for second place in this B final, and that's Monkton Combe School. This duet from Bath, Flora Carson in the stroke seat and Victoria Brown in the bow seat, have made a really concerted effort through that second 500 metres, and they are flying into the third quarter of this race. They're really utilising that length that they've got. Flora Carson in the stroke seat really picking up the boat well and moving it on and ahead of Whitcliffe, who are dropping back now into second. But I don't think that's Whitcliffe tiring by any means. I think that's in fact Monkton Combe picking up and moving faster through this field, and they're closing down that clear water gap that the lee had established in the first half of this race. It's not much, the lee still with a comfortable lead, but they are starting to slot themselves into that clear water behind the stern of the crew in orange, and that's the crew just to the right of your picture. As we come into 750 metres to go, it's too early for the sprint, but it is certainly where you'll show your endurance and your training over the winter through this next 250 metres to hang on before you start to wind up the gears for the sprinting stages. And that's exactly what Darcy Wynne-Jones and Ariana Ford, who are the crew right out in the lead, who have led for the majority of this race from the lee, will be trying to do now. Monkton Combe's efforts in that at the halfway marker now paying off. They're half a length up now, if not 3/4 of a length up on Whitcliffe that sit back in third, and they're leaving Clydesdale and Kingston Grammar School to fight it out for fourth position. It is certainly closing the Clearwater gap to our leaders. Lee Rowing Club are still out there in front, and it will take a really monumentous sprint for Monkton Combe's Flora Carson and Victoria Brown to close up, but they are doing it. They're moving slowly but surely back on the crew that have led for the majority of this course. And with 500 metres to go now, the gritted teeth I saw there for Ariana Ford in the bow seat for Lee, it will certainly be starting to hurt them now, but we're moving into the nice clean water. It's much calmer here at the finish, and look at that boat move now. They're opening out that clear water once again, leaving behind Monkton Combe, who made that great effort over on the far side of your picture. You can see our 1, 2, 3 in the picture now. Lee Rowing Club still out in front, Monkton Combe in second, and the last chance here for Whitcliffe to get their bow ball back into second position, and they're really going for it. I think that they've decided it's now or never in this B final. The last chance here at Dorey Lake, the last chance at the National Schools Regatta, and they're up at 37 strokes a minute, and they are moving through Monkton Combe. Here comes Whitcliffe, the blades, the purple blades of Whitcliffe College now starting to move through the stern of the Monkton Combe boat. Flora Carson will be aware that they're closing in with 250 metres to go. I think it's too late for anyone to catch Lee Rowing Club's Darcy Wynne-Jones and Ariana Ford. What a great scull from them, but the race behind them and just to their right is absolutely electric. Here come Whitcliffe College once again. Monkton Combe responding now. They've seen the danger, and I think they've upped the rating just into the red buoys. They're doing everything they can to keep themselves in the more advantageous position. They're holding themselves at a boat canvas ahead of Whitcliffe. They're staying in second position. It's going to be Whitcliffe that die off. They're moving backwards now into these closing stages of the race. The heat was too much for Clydesdale. Those trail back in fourth, with Kingston Grammar School in fifth. But here come Whitcliffe again. I spoke too soon. What a great final sprint. They've got no more than 10 strokes to go, and their bow ball surging through Monkton Combe. I think Monkton Combe have given up and opened the door for Whitcliffe to move into the second. A really demonstrated performance here of style from Lee, but what a last-minute sprint from Whitcliffe.
Well, you're quite right, Camilla. They got there, didn't they? That was a terrific, gutsy finish from Maddie Taylor and Megan Edwards. But the winners, very clearly, Darcy Wynne-Jones and Ariana Ford from the Lee Rowing Club. And in second place, as I say, the double from Whitcliffe, that's Maddie Taylor and Megan Edwards. Victoria Brown and Flora Carson gave their all, but it was just too much for them at the end. So they crossed in third place. In fourth, the double from Clydesdale, that's Ava Robertson and Dara Wood. In fifth, Alice Cassidy and Ifyenka Dombrowski from Kingston. And the sixth place double, Holly Burke and Mia Gray from the King's School Ely. That was the B final. The A final has started, and over to the inimitable Robert Trahan-Jones, the voice of rowing, to tell you all about it.
Well, the final race of the regatta now underway at the 500-metre mark. It's the final of the championship girls double sculls. It's been a fantastic 2 days racing here at Eton Dorney, and such a welcome to all the young rowers from the athletes who've taken part in this regatta, and indeed the officials who welcome a return to the sport that they love so dearly. In this championship girls doubles, well, it should be no surprise that Harriet Drake-Lee and Charlotte Bolton will take the early lead and now have an advantage of some 3 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. After all, they did win the time trial earlier this morning in style, some 6 seconds faster than Hannah Hickson and Nuala McFarlane, the Clare's Court double in the lane immediately to their right, but Clare's Court not having a great final here. They're having to work hard to hold on to the bronze medal slot after 750 metres, because it's the Hartbury double scull of Georgie Banton and Alexa Grace Browning who have the silver medal slot. Rowing in black and red and white, the colours of Gloucester Rowing Club, which is where the Hartbury rowing squad is based, Hartbury being a university college just a few miles north of Gloucester. And you can see in the side-on shot the Hartbury bow just half a canvas ahead of Clare's Court, who in turn have a similar advantage, just about half a canvas ahead of Star Club, Willow Tucker and Lexi Gallagher. Star Club, one of the clubs in the town of Bedford. Fifth position, well, there's very little to choose between the tail enders, Connie Ferrer and Neve Woodman of Newark towards the top of your picture, who are pretty much level with Ellen Grimes and Hannah Ashley Carter from the Hinksey Sculling School at the bottom of the picture, just above that cyclist's head, and they're just marginally ahead of the umpire's launch. Well, the umpire with the best view of this final here, which has reached the halfway mark, and the leading duo of Drake Lee and Bolton with the clear advantage. And as we I suspect if we drop back a little, we can show you the fleet in the centre of your picture, because the gold medal and the trophy is surely all over. Peterborough City have established that lead, which is surely insurmountable. Silver and bronze, though, very much up for grabs. It's Clare's Court who still have the edge over Hartbury by about half a length. I've got Clare's Court at some 32 strokes a minute. Now, Hartbury at a lower rate, but they're longer in the water, and their application of power is matching that lower rate. I've got them at just 30 strokes a minute for Hartbury. But just look at this, ladies and gentlemen, because over on the far side, Tucker and Gallagher for Star have used that halfway marker to kick in a little and are now challenging Hartbury for the bronze medal. And Clare's Court combination, Hickson and McFarlane, wanting to stay out of trouble. They push out the finishes, that they see that little tussle developing, and now Newark want to be in the mix. This battle for the bronze medal is really hotting up through this third quarter. All six doubles being urged on by their coaches here on their cycles alongside. I've got to say that social distancing and the COVID regulations means that not only have we run this regatta without spectators, but of course the number of coaches on their bicycles, with only one coach per crew permitted, means that the usual enormous crowd of coaches and other spectators that will follow a final such as this has been reduced to just 6 on this occasion. We are entering the final 500 metres of this glorious final, and it's still Drake Lee and Bolton for Peterborough who eke out a further advantage. You can see their blue and yellow blades flashing in the evening sun here at Dorney. It's a fine sight to see, and as we've witnessed so often when a crew has a substantial advantage, they're able to relax a little, scull the race as they would wish, full of confidence, just to maintain that degree of concentration, not to get too overconfident at this race as they head towards the trophy here in the Championship Girls Double Sculls. Well, the race for silver still being held by Hickson and McFarlane for Clare's Court, but bronze is still up for grabs, and I think it's going to go Newark's way. This has been a fantastic race for Ferrer and Woodman. I put them out of contention up to the halfway mark, but then that jockeying for position that we saw amongst the tail enders has began to turn that around, and as the Hartbury pace began to drop off at that lower rate, it meant that Newark were able to take advantage, seize the initiative, and they're now through into the bronze medal position by some half a length. And they've upped the rate because they don't just want to take the medal, they want to do it in style. So I've got them at the highest rate on the field at the moment, up at 35 strokes a minute. But nothing is going to stop Peterborough City here. Drake Lee and Bolton are entering the final stages, just 10 strokes to go to the line. And I'm sure that'll gladden the hearts of all rowing supporters in the east of England as the Peterborough double now moves towards the line to win the Championship Girls Double Sculls.
And they've done it in style, haven't they? But the silver medal, it's hanging on. It's Hannah Hickson and Nuala McFarlane.
Thanks very much,
of Clare's Court School, and the Newark double of Connie Ferrer and Neve Woodman have come through, and they've taken the bronze medal. But that was a very, very impressive display of sculling from the girls of Clare's Court School. That's Hannah Hickson, that's Harriet Drake Lee and Charlotte Bolton of Peterborough City Rowing Club. As you can see, just crossing the line now, it's the Hinksey Sculling School double of Ellen Grimes and Hannah Ashley Carter. So the winners of the Championship Girls Double Sculls this year from Peterborough City Rowing Club, Harriet Drake Lee and Charlotte Bolton, with a very impressive display. And in second place, the Clare's Court school double of Hannah Hickson and Nuala McFarlane. Third place, the double of Newark Rowing Club, who are Connie Ferrer and Neve Woodman. So cracking race for the subsidiary places after Harriet Drake-Lee and Charlotte Bolton established their dominance relatively early on in proceedings. But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes a fantastic 2 days of racing. It's really, really good. Gladdens the soul to see competitive rowing back. It's fantastic to know equally that the contestants have been able to train and participate in the sport that they love and we love. And I hope that you watching, if it's your first time, have enjoyed this demonstration of athletic ability and strength and power and grace. And we've thoroughly enjoyed being here. All officials are really grateful to all the competitors and coaches for producing such a show for us all. But we've had some fantastic racing, and I hope you've enjoyed the commentary and the pictures that have been brought to you this year. We've really enjoyed ourselves, and if you'd like to like us, that would be fantastic. What we would really like you to do is to come back next year and watch it all over again. And there's a possibility that there'll be a junior mini National Schools Regatta run event in September for younger age crews, but more of that anon. So keep looking out on social media channels. But that's 1,782 competitors from 119 clubs, hundreds of volunteers, plenty of racing, plenty of good action, plenty of heartache, but actually there's been plenty of ecstasy and joy from the competitors. And I know that we've all enjoyed it. I hope you have too. And with that, I'm going to sign you off from the National Schools Regatta 2021. See you next year.
Fluttering eyes as the morning climbs through a window. I hear time passes by as yesterday starts to close. 7:30 morning, the rising sun wakes us from our dreams. The nights from last night come undone. Remember the promises of love. The sunset screams. The sunset screams. Screams. The sunset screams. Screams. The sunset screams. The sunset screams. Our love hides beneath the sheets. You lose yourself inside my